In 1973, a Boy Scout troop embarked on a weekend camping trip to Gooseberry Reservoir, nestled within the Utah mountains. 18 adventurers set out, yet only 17 returned. Jacob Swenson's absence lingered for 2 decades until whispers surfaced about his reappearance. The tale about to unfold is a recounting of the events from that pivotal weekend, narrated by Jacob's closest companion, Dakota Nelson. During a 2005 interview with a freelance journalist, Dakota was present the weekend Jacob vanished and immediately alerted the scout leaders about his disappearance. No recorded footage of Dakota exists as he staunchly declined camera interviews over the years. Since then, he's deliberately slipped off the radar, citing the haunting grip of this incident on his life. Where do I even start? What I'm about to disclose is an unfiltered retelling, an exact recounting of every detail as it unfolded. I've been branded a liar, even a murderer, but frankly, I couldn't care less. I witnessed the events that night and encountered something inexplicable 20 years later, upon arriving at Gooseberry Reservoir at 3 p.m. on that balmy Friday, June 8th. Our spirits soared. School was out for the summer, and being 13 years old, Jake and I were thrilled for this camping escapade with the Boy Scouts. We were seasoned campers, having ventured on numerous outings before. The allure of Gooseberry Reservoir's promising fishing and the freshly commenced summer vacation intensified our excitement. Jake, known as both Jake and Jacob among friends and family, shared my fervor for fishing, and Gooseberry Reservoir was famed for its abundant catch. Our campsite was swiftly established, our tents pitched within a stone's throw from the lake, a mere 100 yards away. Proximity to the water made us jubilant, it meant easy access for our fishing ventures. Jake and I, being inseparable best friends, naturally shared a tent as we typically did during our scouting adventures. Each tent accommodated 2 boys, while the troop leader occupied a separate one. After setting up our shelter, we wasted no time and hurried to the lake with our fishing gear in tow. That day remains etched in my memory. The weather proved ideal, and our angling skills were rewarded with half a dozen fish before dusk settled in. Returning to camp around 7:30 or 8 p.m., we relished a feast, cooking and indulging in the fish we'd caught, reserving the remainder for the next day's meal. The subsequent hour or two unfolded with us gathered around the crackling fire, weaving tales, and relishing each other's humor. It was a splendid day, brimming with laughter and camaraderie. When we finally retired to our tents for the night, I couldn't ascertain the time precisely. Without a watch, the hours seemed irrelevant in the camping realm. However, it was undoubtedly late, and I swiftly drifted off into slumber. My next recollection comprises Jake unzipping the tent, roused by the need to relieve himself. I soon slipped back into unconsciousness and awoke abruptly to the chilly night air brushing against my face. Sitting up, I discerned that the tent's door remained ajar, and I called out into the darkness, seeking Jake's whereabouts. Silence pervaded the night, my repeated calls yielding no response. A tinge of fear crept in, compelling me to venture out in search of him. Clad in shirt and shorts, I quickly donned my shoes and grasped my flashlight. Stepping out into the night, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, an eerie quietness, a feeling of being observed. Chills coursed up my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end. Surveying the vicinity around our tent, I failed to spot Jake. I wandered about 10 yards away, calling out louder this time, yet the darkness swallowed my calls, echoing back only a haunting silence. I was starting to panic at that point and decided it was time to wake the leaders up and let them know. Their tent wasn't more than 20 yards away, so I walked over as fast as I could, looking behind my shoulder every step of the way. Once I woke them up and told them what was going on, they didn't waste any time jumping up and getting out of the tent. Once the leaders were out of the tent, they decided to wake everyone up, not only for a head count but also for help trying to locate Jake. The leaders almost immediately started yelling out Jake's name, but like before, there was no response. The leaders gathered us in a circle and explained that we were going to form a line and make a sweeping circle, greeting the area, looking for Jake. They instructed us not to get more than 10 yards apart and made sure each person had a flashlight. We then formed a long line and started walking slowly in a big circle. Everyone yelled out Jake's name every few minutes or so. We'd stop walking and yelling to see if Jake would respond, but again, nothing. I wasn't sure how long we'd been searching when one of the other boys yelled out, "Hey, I found something. Get over here." I'll never forget the tremor in his voice. Everyone immediately ran to his position and looked down to where he was pointing. There on the ground was a small pool of blood. A minute went by without anyone saying anything. One of the leaders spoke first and said, "This had to be the work of either a mountain lion or a bear." Another leader added, "It's not safe to continue searching in the dark." The plan was to wake up early, drive into town, get the sheriff and search and rescue before going back to sleep. Though we all pulled our tents close together in a circle, I doubt anyone slept a wink that night. As soon as it was light enough, everyone quickly piled into the cars, and we drove down to the nearest town, which was Fairview. We went straight to the sheriff's station and told them what happened. A search and rescue party was quickly formed, and we all left, heading back to camp so we could help in the search for Jake. They even rounded up some hounds so they could try to track Jake's scent. We made it back to camp about 2 hours later. When we got out of the car, the sheriff took me aside with one of his deputies and had me show and explain everything that took place the day before, starting from when we arrived at Gooseberry. We then showed the sheriff, his deputies, and the search and rescue party, along with the hounds, where we'd found the small pool of blood. I vividly remember the hound standing there sniffing the blood and the ground around it, then suddenly taking off. We all took off following the hounds, everyone yelling Jake's name as the hounds led us through the thick forest of pine trees and aspens. We must have gone several miles through that thick forest, over some steep mountains and ravines, before finally coming to a river that was high and fast-moving. Unfortunately, there was no way anyone could safely cross it. It was there the dogs lost Jake's scent. The sheriff then called everyone into a circle and said they're bringing up horses so they can widen the search and move faster. He instructed the scouts and leaders to head back to camp but to stick around until they said we could leave. It took us a while to make it all the way back to camp. As we made our way out of the thick forest and our camp came into view, we could see just how many more people had arrived. A news van had even arrived, and they started running up to us as we approached the camp. Our leaders were quick to get in front of us so they couldn't bombard us kids with questions. One of the main leaders of our scout troop decided to talk to the news reporter and simply give them the facts of what happened. While one of the leaders was talking to the news, the other leaders moved us away from them and over to a more secluded area so we could be alone. The rest of the day was pretty much a haze and seemed surreal. I remember people scurrying around camp all day, but I vividly remember Jake's parents coming up later in the day. They were distraught and asked me a lot of questions, mostly about the events that unfolded and where I thought Jake might be. All I could do was repeat everything I had said many times that day, "I don't know." Because I truly didn't know where my best friend was. I would have given anything to bring him back. I felt despair and emptiness that day and wondered what I could have done differently. I blamed myself for many years after that until I realized I was just a kid at the time and there was nothing more I could have done. It's not as if someone can plan ahead and prepare for these things to happen. They searched for Jake for several weeks after that but were never able to turn up anything. The search was eventually called off, and Jake was forever declared missing, his parents refusing to declare him dead. The strangest and most unbelievable part of the story, though, took place just 20 years after Jake disappeared. I don't talk about it much, as most people don't believe me. But again, I don't care. I was there, and they were not. I'd been back to Gooseberry Reservoir several times after Jake disappeared, to go fishing but mostly to remember my best friend. The summer of 1995 was the last time I ever went back, and I'll never go back again. It was the last weekend of May, which meant there was still snow on the peaks of the mountains, and the water was cold. This also meant there weren't a lot of people around. In fact, I don't recall anyone else being there that day. I always went back to the exact spot where Jake and I caught all those fish the day he disappeared. I arrived early in the morning, around 6:30 a.m. Fishing is always better in the early morning. I unloaded my fishing gear, put some bait on my line, and casted it out. I always brought a camping chair when I went fishing, so I set it up and plopped down in the chair, starting to drink my coffee. I'm not sure how much time went by, but it wasn't long. I remember, though, I was about to take a sip of coffee when I heard from behind me, "Hello, Dakota." I immediately froze because, to my knowledge, there was no one else around yet. I slowly stood up and turned around. About 30 yards behind me stood a man I didn't recognize. He was extremely hairy from head to toe, wasn't wearing shoes, and had worn tattered clothes on. I stood there for a bit, not able to speak. When I finally did speak, I said, "Who are you?" He stood there looking at me and finally replied, "It's me, Dakota." "It's Jake." I remember a shot of horror and adrenaline immediately flowing through my body. I stood there frozen, unable to move a muscle. When I could muster up the words to speak, I said, "Where have you been all these years?" Jake's next words will haunt me until the day I die, and I think about them almost daily. "I'll never forget," he said, "I was taken, and you must leave now. They're watching you." Leave now? Yeah, after that, I didn't even think. As quick as I could, I loaded up my gear, threw it into the back of my truck, jumped in, started the engine, and left as fast as I could. I looked in my rearview mirror as I drove away and saw Jake slowly walking back into the trees. As I drove towards town, I was torn if I should tell anyone or not, because who the hell would believe me, right? I wasn't sure what happened was real either. It seemed too surreal to me. I didn't tell a single soul for several years after it happened for two reasons. Number one, I knew no one would believe me, and number two, I did not want to go back there. If I told the authorities, they'd make me go back with them, or they'd think I was crazy. Another reason is Jake's parents were old and had come to terms with his disappearance. I couldn't stomach giving them hope and having them go through it all over again. I decided to wait until they passed. That's about all I have to say. I've never been back and never will. I don't know who they are or who he was referring to, but like I said, I think about it every day of my life. Hello everyone. My name is Ibrahim and welcome to Horreal Stories. If you made it this far, I just wanted to thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, I'd really appreciate it if you gave it a like. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm. And once again, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully, I will see you in the next one. In 1916, amidst the turmoil of World War I, a small unit of 8 German soldiers navigated the rugged terrain of Transylvania, Romania. One fateful night, while seeking refuge, they stumbled upon a chilling and perilous discovery. Among them was Ulrich Meyer, who was swiftly captured by the Romanian army soon after the encounter. His narrative, a harrowing tale, remained shrouded in secrecy for nearly 8 decades, only surfacing within the last 25 years. Inscribed on the file's cover were the words, Mima Pajori, identifying the entity they faced as Schleiten de Tod in German, ominously translated to Creeping Death in English. This is Ulrich Meyer's account, recounted in present-day English. Ulrich Meyer commenced, "I cannot truly fathom what it was, but it was dubbed Creeping Death. Our intended route was far from this region due to the proximity of the enemy. Yet, a wrong turn led us astray as we emerged from the mountains, leaving us fatigued, frozen, and famished. Retracing our steps was an insurmountable feat in our state. Our only recourse was to seek shelter and sustenance within or near the city without attracting attention. Under the cover of darkness, we cautiously traversed the outskirts of Brushoff in the Transylvania region. Continuing their clandestine journey along the forest's edge, the group stumbled upon an ancient cemetery adorned with towering crypts. Huddled by the cemetery's fence, Captain Braun, their platoon's leader, proposed in hushed tones, "I suggest we spend the night within one of these crypts. It will shield us from sight and offer warmth compared to the open outdoors." The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, conveying their reluctance without words. Acquainted with these men, Ulrich recognized their aversion to the idea, a sentiment he shared. Amid the relentless proximity of death, the crypt seemed, regrettably, the sole viable refuge. Exhausted from the day's arduous trek through the mountains and wary of encountering enemy forces, the group faced a daunting decision. The cemetery's fence, standing at a height of 6 feet, required each soldier to take turns scaling it while the rest kept vigilant watch. Once assembled inside, they cautiously approached the nearest crypt. As they drew nearer, grotesque demon statues stationed at its corners came into view. Approaching the imposing double doors, Ulrich observed unsettling inscriptions, reading "O Can Darast," scrawled across both portals. Unfamiliar with Romanian, the soldiers dismissed the cryptic message. Lieutenant Klein attempted to turn the doorknob, confirming their suspicion as it remained locked. Secured further by a thick chain encircling the handles. Ulrich remarked, "Whoever sealed these doors harbored a strong intent to bar entry." At that moment, 2 more soldiers, Sergeant Schmidt and Private Muller, cautiously peered over the fence, their faces etched with concern, and joined the discussion. A whisper emerged, "I have a bad feeling about this. We should find somewhere else." Captain Braun's response was resolute, "Where else can we go? We're fatigued and cannot risk exposure." Lieutenant Klein, "Find a way to get us inside that crypt, swiftly and silently." Affirming the order, Lieutenant Klein proceeded to extract the pin securing the door hinges using his bayonet. With precision, he wedged the bayonet between the door and its frame, slowly prying it open. As the door creaked ajar, a warm gust carrying an unsettling odor swept out, unnerving the group. Though the door was open enough to proceed, an apprehensive hesitation lingered among the soldiers. As I turned the corner, I found all the men gathered around a large coffin. Walking over, I could see the lid had been opened just enough to reveal what was inside. I stood there speechless, looking at what appeared to be an old, horribly disfigured woman. Seeing a body in a coffin wasn't unusual, but what frightened us was that her face didn't appear to be that of a deceased person. It wasn't sunken or decaying as a dead body usually looks. We stood there for a while, gazing at the body, until Captain Braun spoke up, "Something is not right here. This is not the face of a person who has been dead for a while. Seal the coffin and get back upstairs. I don't want anyone else coming back down here." Understood. We exchanged fearful glances, nodding our heads in acknowledgement as we pushed the heavy stone lid back over the coffin, sealing it shut. No one uttered a word as we made our way back up the stairs. The fear in the air was palpable. Once we were all upstairs, Captain Braun declared, "No one goes back down to that room. Let's get some sleep. We need to wake up early before first light to head back to the mountains and figure out where we took a wrong turn." We all replied, "Yes, sir," and laid back down on our packs. As I lay on the cold stone floor, fear and adrenaline surged through my body. I wanted to leave immediately, but that was not an option. I must have dozed off again because the next thing I remember was being jolted awake by the sounds of someone screaming from the other room. It was the most horrid scream I'd ever heard. Everyone immediately jumped up, panicked. "Who was that? Who's not here?" asked Captain Braun. I looked around and noticed that First Lieutenant Klein was missing. Captain Braun then instructed Heinrich and me to go downstairs to investigate. Heinrich and I exchanged looks, both knowing we didn't want to go back down there, but we had no choice. We grabbed our flashlights and slowly started making our way down the dark stairwell. With each step, my heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. My legs and arms shook uncontrollably. When I reached the bottom, I took a deep breath before turning the corner. My mind told me to be brave, but it wasn't much help, with my flashlight in hand. I saw what appeared to be First Lieutenant Klein's torn uniform on the stone floor of the crypt. There was nothing else. I immediately yelled to Captain Braun, "He's not here." Only his uniform. Everyone rushed downstairs, stopping abruptly when they saw what I saw. One of the men exclaimed, "Where the hell is First Lieutenant Klein? Is that his uniform? It looks like it's been shredded." Captain Braun instructed me to walk around the coffin to ensure he wasn't hidden somewhere nearby. He also told me to retrieve First Lieutenant Klein's uniform. I gathered my courage and cautiously circled the coffin, scanning the pitch-black room with my flashlight. I did not want to be there when I came across First Lieutenant Klein's uniform. Upon closer inspection, I noticed there was no blood on it, not a single drop. As I reached down to pick it up, horrific images of First Lieutenant Klein being torn apart surged through my mind. This made me drop the uniform and jump back. Captain Braun asked, "What's wrong?" "Pick it up, let's get on with it." I didn't respond. I took a deep breath, picked up what remained of First Lieutenant Klein's uniform, and walked towards the men who were still standing at the base of the stairs. I handed the uniform to Captain Braun, who began inspecting it. "This is his uniform for sure. It smells weird, unlike any smell I've encountered," Captain Braun said after a moment of contemplation. Then, to our surprise, he ordered, "Everyone upstairs, we're leaving this place now." We hurriedly gathered our things and made for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I whispered urgently to Captain Braun about the door, but it remained stuck. Heinrich, known for his strength, was asked to assist. We pushed with all our might, yet the door refused to move. Panic began to set in as we realized we were trapped. Just as our flashlights went out, a horrifying scream echoed from the room below, followed by the sound of gunshots from Captain Braun's rifle. Amidst the chaos, one of the men shouted, "Who was that?" Another replied, "I don't know. But we need to get out of here." Suddenly, silence engulfed us. My heart thumped loudly in my chest as someone began to speak, only to be cut off by more horrific screams emanating from the room below. A chilling whisper passed through the group, "This is creeping death. We're all going to die." Sweat poured down my face as fear overwhelmed me. I trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though I might pass out. I whispered to Captain Braun, seeking guidance, but received no response. Another man suggested continuing our attempts to open the door, convinced it was just behind us. My futile attempts to turn on my flashlight heightened the tension. Fumbling in the darkness, I finally located the door. Despite our collective efforts, it refused to budge. As we caught our breath, I heard swift movements in the room. Struggling to comprehend the situation, I sensed someone beside me grunting before abruptly moving away, followed by agonizing screams from below. Realization struck as I understood that something had dragged him into the other room. Shock enveloped me. I felt detached, as if this couldn't be real. Seconds later, I, too, heard swift movements, a grunt, and more horrifying screams. The cycle repeated until I believed I was the only one left standing. Suddenly, something seized me, lifted me into the air, slammed me against the crypt's wall with unimaginable force, then dropped me to the ground. I lay there, trembling on the cold stone floor, witnessing the door slowly open to admit sunlight. Before me stood the woman from the coffin, her face twisted into an evil smile, holding Captain Braun's decapitated head. Then, in an instant, she vanished. When questioned about why he thought she spared him, Ulrich Meyer replied, "I don't know." Further inquiry prompted his opinion on what happened to the other men. He responded, "She consumed them. You'll find only their shredded uniforms and some equipment." The final paragraph in the file stated that the Romanian army sent soldiers to verify Ulrich's story. They discovered only shredded uniforms and equipment in the crypt, consistent with Ulrich's account. The soldiers also observed the words "Octasal" and "Darcisis" on the doors, translating to "Do not enter" in Romanian. Questioning locals revealed an old lady mentioning the crypt had held a Mima Pajori for over 100 years, now released. Ulrich Meyer took his own life a few months later in a Romanian prison camp, having scratched "Schleiten de Tod" into the wall before hanging himself. Hello everyone. My name is Ibrahim and welcome to Horreal Stories. If you made it this far, I just wanted to thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, I'd really appreciate it if you gave it a like. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm. And once again, thank you so much for watching and hopefully, I will see you in the next one.
The incident took place when I was around 10 or 11 years old, living with my parents in a modest house near the city. Back then, it was common for us to walk to nearby stores or gas stations for errands, often accompanied by one of my older siblings. There were several places we could reach by foot. This particular event unfolded on July 11th, a day celebrated at 7-Eleven with free Slurpees. Unsure if they still continue this tradition, my older sister invited me to join her for a Slurpee. Excitedly, we strolled down the sidewalk, a journey taking about 10 minutes. The time was in the afternoon, perhaps even early evening. Upon reaching 7-Eleven, we both headed straight for the Slurpees. The store had a few other customers, and I had to wait my turn. After grabbing our frozen treats, my sister wandered to the back of the store while I explored a different aisle for snacks. While I was in the aisle, a woman entered, holding a small dog. As she approached, she noticed me admiring the dog, one of those extremely small breeds. She inquired if I liked her dog, and I responded affirmatively, expressing my admiration for its cuteness. The woman then asked if I could watch her dog for a minute while she used the bathroom. I agreed, and she requested that I do so outside, explaining that the dog sometimes disliked being held by strangers, and she didn't want to get in trouble for walking it around inside. This arrangement seemed fine to me, so we both walked outside of the building. The woman led us to a small grassy area next to the 7-Eleven building, a perfect spot for the dog to roam. However, before we reached the grassy area, we encountered a van parked in the last space before it. A man stood in front of the van and suddenly reached out, grabbing me as I passed by. He held both of my arms, and the woman instructed me to get inside the van. The side door was already open. Reluctant and frightened, I didn't want to comply, but the man's strength overwhelmed me as he pushed me in that direction. The situation unfolded rapidly, leaving me bewildered. Just then, my sister's voice rang out, yelling and screaming at them to release me. This commotion drew the attention of two other people nearby, who began to intervene. The man finally let me go, and their focus shifted to making a swift escape. I ran back over to my sister, who was just outside the front door of the 7-Eleven, as the man and woman got inside the van and sped off. I remember somebody yelling to call the police as they sped off and another person yelling to get the license plate number. My sister and I went back inside and waited until the police arrived. Our parents were called and came down to pick us up after we answered questions. It was a really scary experience, but luckily, the man and woman were both located later in the day. I still can't believe that I was almost kidnapped. Every time I think about it, it gives me the creeps. A few years ago, I embarked on a solo road trip across 3 different states to visit my parents and other family. Having made this journey a couple of times before since I began living where I was, the drive spanned about 7 hours. Despite its length, I preferred completing it in a single day. On the day of my departure, I managed to leave work a couple of hours early, providing a welcome head start. The drive progressed smoothly. I made periodic stops for gas and food. By around 9 p.m., I found myself approximately 2 hours away from my parents' house. With both my car's gas tank and my personal energy levels running low, I decided to pull off the freeway for what would likely be my final stop. Exiting the freeway, I navigated down a quieter road for about a mile until I spotted a 7-Eleven gas station. I pulled in and approached a pump. The station was eerily quiet, with no other visible customers. After refueling, I headed inside to grab an energy drink or something similar. As I approached the door, I noticed a man standing in a darker area on the side of the building. Inside the store, I made my way to the drinks, selected a caffeinated option, and proceeded to the counter to pay. The store seemed deserted except for the employee. After leaving, I headed back to my car, still parked at the pump. Inside, I opened my drink, took a few sips, and casually surveyed my surroundings. I observed the man who had lingered at the side of the building suddenly marching towards me, his gait unusually aggressive. Instinctively wary of a stranger advancing with such intensity, I swiftly decided to leave. Starting out my car, I drove away hastily. When I pulled out, the man was uncomfortably close, perhaps within 20 feet. Relieved to escape, I noticed him sprinting towards the back of the gas station's parking lot, where a smaller, weathered red car was parked. Assuming it belonged to the employee, I sped down the road, heading back for the freeway. The man, now in the small red car, pursued me recklessly. Despite maintaining a decent speed, he caught up quickly. Apprehensive about getting a speeding ticket, I continued driving, growing increasingly concerned. I had no knowledge of who this guy was, and there seemed to be no apparent reason for him to follow me. Merging back onto the freeway, I proceeded down its lanes. The man persisted in tailing me closely, mimicking my lane changes and maintaining an uncomfortably short distance, about 1 car length. The otherwise quiet freeway had a few scattered cars and trucks, intensifying my discomfort with every synchronized maneuver. After driving on the freeway for about 5 minutes, I made a spontaneous decision to take an exit at the very last second, hoping it would confuse the man following me. Unfortunately, he pulled off right behind me. I slowed down as I approached a quieter street, and at the stop sign, I feared the guy might crash into the back of my car. Navigating through another quiet road, I passed by a closed gas station and fast food restaurant, finding myself in what seemed like a quiet small town with abundant farmland. Lost and unsure of my location, I turned randomly at one road and then another shortly after. I didn't have a clear destination, I was merely hoping the man would stop following me. Despite my attempts to lose him, he persisted, showing no signs of giving up. After driving around this unfamiliar small city for about 10 minutes, I contemplated returning to the freeway when something caught my attention. As I drove on what seemed to be one of the main roads of the city, I noticed we were approaching a police station. Spotting patrol cars in the parking lot, I decided to pull in. I signaled to turn, and initially, the guy behind me mimicked the movement. However, as I maneuvered into the parking lot, he abruptly veered around me and sped away, going straight instead. Inside the parking lot, I approached an officer and shared the unsettling encounter with him. After our conversation, I continued on my way home, and thankfully, I never saw the guy again. To this day, I remain clueless about why he chose to follow me. As a female and a former 7-Eleven employee, I worked there 2 years ago for about 6 months while finishing up my education. During that period, I predominantly worked overnight shifts, which didn't bother me much. Though being alone at night could feel a bit strange, the sparse customer visits made it relatively easy. One night, I was working like any other, seated behind the counter, engrossed in my phone, and listening to music. After about an hour of solitude with no customers, I suddenly heard the door opening and saw a guy walking in. Surprisingly, I hadn't noticed any car pulling in, and the gas station wasn't exactly in a location where people typically walk to. He approached the counter, and I greeted him, asking how I could assist. The man inquired about the location of the beer, and I pointed to the back of the store where it was stocked. Additionally, I gestured towards some cases placed around. The man looked around, then walked to the back of the store. I continued sitting there, engrossed in my phone. After a few minutes, the man returned to the counter. This individual was somewhat tall and thin, balding, and appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Oddly, he wasn't holding any beer. The man complimented my tattoos, pointing to my arms, and stood there without saying much. Expressing my thanks, I asked if he needed help with something. He just stared at me for a moment and then wandered out of the store. His behavior struck me as a bit off, but after he left, I returned to minding my own business. I had a coworker scheduled to come in at 5 a.m., and my shift would end at 6. During the next hour, I had only one other customer who came inside and paid for gas at 3 a.m. Suddenly, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, coming from the window near the front door. When I looked, I saw the same guy who had been inside earlier, behaving a bit strangely. He was looking inside and pressing his face up against the glass window, giving me a disturbing and creepy stare. Unsettled, I looked away, but when I glanced back about a minute later, he was still there. Attempting to dismiss it, I went back to my tasks, but then he started knocking on the window. The situation felt bizarre, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. I decided to get up, ask the man what he was doing, and probably tell him to leave. I walked out from behind the counter and approached. Upon opening the front door, the man started sprinting away at what seemed to be full speed, running all the way past the road and out of my sight. Shaking my head, I returned inside to work. The next few hours were peaceful, and everything went on as normal. At 5, my coworker Alex arrived, making the shift even smoother. At 6, I was finally off for the day and could leave. Walking out to my car in the parking lot, I happened to notice the man again. He was standing in the grass between the parking lot and the road, staring right at me. I hurriedly got inside my car and left. After leaving, I called my coworker Alex to inform him about the guy, just to make him aware. Fortunately, the man didn't follow me out of the parking lot when I left. Now fast forward 2 days. I worked one of the 2 days and didn't come across the man or anything strange. But on the second day, I was hanging out with a few friends at a diner in town that we frequent. We're friends with the owner and their family, and my friends and I have been going there for years. I was sitting in a booth with 2 other friends, just hanging out, talking, and having some food. Out of nowhere, I happened to notice the guy who had been at the gas station. He was sitting by himself on the other side of the diner. The whole place wasn't very big, it had maybe like 10 booths and seats at the diner. The guy was facing me, and I caught him staring. I told my friends about him and who he was. We weren't really sure what to do, though. I felt like the chances of this being a coincidence were really slim. Still, he wasn't bothering me and hadn't come up to me or anything like that, so I decided to just ignore it. He never tried talking to me or anything. When I left, he didn't follow me outside either. For the next few days, the man was completely absent from my life, and that's the way I would have liked it to stay. But then came the last time that I saw the man. It was a typical work shift, and for 90% of it, everything went fine. I didn't see the guy and had dealt with mostly normal customers. When my coworker Alex came in the early morning, Like he often did, he let me know that it looked like someone was messing around with my car in the parking lot. I walked over to the window and looked. The same guy was appearing to try and open one of my windows or something. It looked like he had some kind of tool as well. I opened the door and yelled out to him, asking what he was doing. The guy looked at me and then ran off down the street. It was so strange. I went over and looked, but luckily, he hadn't broken in, at least not yet. After that, though, I never saw the guy again. While working at the 7-Eleven, I only stayed for about another month after that peculiar incident. Gas stations in the middle of the night can be quite unusual. A few months back, I was driving home from visiting some friends, and due to poor planning, I found myself on the road at nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Despite having lots of caffeine, my car was starting to run out of gas. Deciding to stop at the next available place, I took an exit when I saw a sign indicating a 7-Eleven at the upcoming stop. Knowing it was a reliable gas station, I pulled in. There was another car getting gas, and someone else was in the parking lot. I pulled up to one of the pumps at the south side, keeping a bit of distance from the building. I paid at the pump and began fueling my car. As I stood near my car, the other person getting gas drove off, revealing only one guy remaining. He was standing near some of the other gas pumps about 20 feet away, but there were no other cars around. About a minute into fueling my car, I noticed the man walking over, approaching me. He had a beard, wore somewhat baggy and dirty clothes, and looked right at me, making me a little nervous. When he reached me, he asked if I had a cigarette he could borrow. I informed the guy that I didn't smoke, and even if I did, I certainly wouldn't give him a cigarette right next to a gas pump. There were signs everywhere explicitly stating no smoking. The guy stood there, looking at me for a moment or two after I answered him. Then he turned away and started walking, heading back to another pump as I continued to fill my tank, a process that always took a considerable amount of time. Then out of seemingly nowhere, the man yelled something and punched a gas pump. It made a loud noise. He hit it a few times, which was really disturbing to see. Then he angrily started walking over towards the convenience store. He got next to it where they had rocks up against the building. The man proceeded to grab a few rocks in his hands and started throwing them in my direction. He missed badly with the first couple, but he started walking closer. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had no idea why he was doing this. I quickly stopped getting gas and got inside of my car. A rock actually hit my car after I had gotten back inside. I drove off with the man still firing rocks in my direction. When I was out of there and back on the road, I called the police to report him. I was afraid for whoever was working inside the 7-Eleven or if anybody else would try to get gas there. They let me know that they would have an officer there shortly to check out the situation. I really hoped that nobody was hurt and everything was resolved. The man definitely seemed like he was on some sort of drugs, certainly was not in his right mind. It's a pretty scary experience that I will never forget, and I hope the man and everybody else are okay. Hey everyone, if you enjoy video, please put like and subscribe. This is our motivation. Thank you.
One night, when I was 17, I went clothes shopping at Walmart. I entered the fitting room to try on a couple of pairs of jeans. After trying on the first pair, I walked out of the fitting room to break them in a bit, strolling around the clothing department. Once done, I switched back into my original pants and decided to purchase 3 pairs of the jeans I had tried on. At the self-checkout, I noticed a man staring at me. He appeared to be in his early 40s, tall at about 6'3", with a slender frame, short black hair, and a creepy grin that resembled a demon straight from hell. Trying to ignore him, I completed my checkout and headed to my car. I drove home, and about 2 hours later, at around 11:30 p.m., I received a text from an unknown number. The text read, "Hey, "Did you see me at the self-checkout at Walmart a couple of hours ago?" I asked who it was and another text came in saying it was the same guy that was staring at me at the self-checkout. I then texted him back asking, "Oh hello, where did you get my number from?" He said that he saw it in my open wallet when I was in the fitting room, and he said he just wanted to say hello. As you can imagine, I was pretty creeped out by this. I was just like, yeah, alright then. He said he wanted to get to know me because I seemed cool to him, even send me another text saying that those jeans that I was wearing made my bum look hot, and he asked me to send him a picture of me in my underwear. I was disgusted. I told him I was a 17-year-old guy. He then said, "It's alright. I'm really into people your age, just send me one picture of you in your underwear." I told him no, and that he shouldn't be flirting with a minor because I was only 17 at the time. He told me he was gay, and he told me to also send him a picture of me naked. I told him to go himself, and I told him he's a pervert for asking a 17-year-old dude for nude photos and photos of me in my underwear. He said that he knew where I lived and he would come to my house and strangle me if I didn't send him any of the photos of me naked or in my underwear. I went to go show the text to my mother. You saw all of the texts and she was furious. We then got in the car and drove to the police station to file a report. We showed them the messages and they printed them off as evidence. They tracked the guy's phone number and it was confirmed to be the same exact guy who gave me that devilish grin at the self-checkout at the Walmart. The police came back and told us that he was a registered sex offender and a pedophile and was also wanted for abduction of a 9-year-old girl. Long story short, this guy ended up getting arrested. Both me and my mom were very relieved that he was arrested, and we never did see him again after that night. This incident took place just a few months ago while I was shopping at my local Walmart. As a younger adult female with a Walmart conveniently located just under 10 minutes away from me, I often frequented the store. One night, after finishing work, I decided to stop by Walmart to purchase new wireless headphones since mine had recently broken. It was nighttime, and upon entering the store, I noticed that it was relatively quiet. I made my way towards the back and middle of the store, where the electronics department is situated. However, about halfway through the store, I realized I had to use the bathroom. Knowing that most Walmarts have restrooms in the back, and those are typically less crowded than the ones at the front, I continued walking towards the rear of the store. Eventually, I located the restrooms and went inside. I had only been in the bathroom stall for a brief moment when I heard someone entering. The footsteps approached rapidly, then abruptly halted just outside my stall. From below, I noticed the person's large shoes, seemingly men's shoes. Although I couldn't see the individual through the crack in the door, I heard a loud whisper, unmistakably a man's voice. He asked if I would let him in, and repulsed, I firmly declined. Undeterred, he asked again, emitting a brief laugh before attempting to open the locked door. I sternly told him to go away, and thankfully, he finally retreated. I left the restroom shortly after, feeling uneasy, and returned to the store. The bathrooms were adjacent to the electronics department, so I walked over to explore headphones. The specific ones I wanted were the same as my previous pair, but they were locked in a case. Seeking assistance, I approached the man behind the electronics counter. However, upon closer inspection, I noticed he wore the same shoes as the man from the bathroom encounter. Instantly unsettled, I hastened away from him as soon as he unlocked the case. After purchasing the headphones, I left the store. Once in my car, I called Walmart to report the incident. I'm uncertain of any subsequent actions taken, as I avoided that particular Walmart until recently. Fortunately, on my return visit, he was no longer present. A few years back, I had a demanding job with incredibly long hours, often getting home very late at night. One particular night, I left work feeling so exhausted that I could barely keep my eyes open. As I embarked on the drive home, about 10 minutes in, I realized I wouldn't make it without risking falling asleep at the wheel. Deciding to take the next exit, I remembered there was a 24-hour Walmart nearby. It was well past 2 a.m. when I arrived. My intention was simple, to stroll around for a bit, wake up, and perhaps grab an energy drink or something caffeinated. Upon entering the store, I noticed only a handful of customers near the front, along with some employees. Aside from them, the store appeared almost deserted. I meandered towards the back, gradually regaining alertness. However, I soon sensed someone walking closely behind me, uncomfortably close. Coming to a halt, I turned to find a man barely 5 feet away, staring at me with an expressionless face. He stood around 6 feet tall, clad in a brown suit jacket and a brown turtleneck. After a moment, he pivoted and walked away, disappearing into a nearby aisle. Continuing to explore the store, the unsettling man reappeared shortly after. Determined to address the situation, I turned towards him and asked, "Can I help you?" Yet again, he swiftly changed direction and walked away. Feeling a bit unnerved, I decided it was time for me to leave. I grabbed an energy drink, checked out, and, now more awake but still uneasy, headed back to my car. The man's peculiar stare lingered in my mind, but I managed to drive home without further incident. If only the story ended there. Unfortunately, it doesn't. I reached home and, exhausted, fell asleep almost immediately. However, an hour or two later, I was jolted awake by the loud rumble of a truck engine. Peering out of my bedroom window to the street, I spotted a truck parked in front of my window. In the driver's seat was the same man, still wearing that blank expression. As soon as our eyes met, he screeched his tires and sped away. To this day, I've never been able to ascertain who he was or what he wanted, but fortunately, I never encountered him again. This incident took place several years ago. I used to frequent Walmart quite often due to its convenient availability of various products. During a work conference that lasted about a week and was located approximately 10 hours away, I found myself away from home. Once the conference concluded, I began the drive back. It was late at night, and although I was prepared to drive through the night, my car needed fuel. At the next exit, I stopped to fill up. Feeling hungry, I noticed that the convenience store at the gas station was closed. In this small town, there wasn't much to offer, but across the street, there was a Walmart. However, this particular Walmart struck me as peculiar. It didn't resemble the typical Walmart building. It seemed smaller and almost as if it had taken over a previous store's location. The parking lot was quiet, with just a couple of cars. To confirm its operating hours, I checked Google Maps, and indeed, it claimed the store was open. Given that it was around midnight, I found this surprising, but I parked my car and entered the store. As I slowly walked in, I didn't really know what I was looking for, but I guessed just some type of food. As I walked around inside, I didn't notice anybody else. The inside of the Walmart looked, for the most part, like a regular Walmart, but at the same time, a lot different. It was much smaller inside and arranged differently than most of the ones I had been in. Still, not a big deal though, and I tried to find something I could snack on. As I walked around, I didn't see anybody else in the store at all. It seemed a little bit odd to not even see a worker, but then again, it was midnight in a small town that I had never been in before. I had made it to the back aisle and was looking around when I heard the noise of someone walking. They entered the aisle from the far side from where I was, and I noticed it was someone wearing one of those horse face masks that cover a person's whole head. I looked, and it startled me at first, but then I chuckled. I guess it was some guy pranking people late at night. He stood there looking at me, then walked away. I told him it was very funny. I finally found a couple of things and picked them up. Then I headed to the front of the store. As I did, I noticed another person walking by, also wearing a horse mask. I thought maybe it had to be the guy's friend, and they were both in on the joke. I once again smiled and kept walking. I used the self-checkout and paid for my things, all while not seeing a single employee. As I was almost done, I saw another two people emerge from behind one of the check lanes. They were both wearing horse masks as well. By that time, I got a rush of fear running through my body. I didn't know what was going on, but it didn't really seem like a joke to me anymore. Upon receiving my change, I looked back and noticed the other two individuals in horse masks staring at me from the back near the aisles. Suppressing my fear, I calmly retrieved my receipt and walked away, heading towards the exit. As I approached the doors, I hoped not to hear any footsteps following me. To my relief, there were none. However, upon reaching my car, I noticed a new vehicle parked next to mine. Despite my efforts to ignore it, I couldn't shake off the unease. I quickly unlocked my car, got inside, and as I did, I glimpsed a horse mask popping up in the driver's seat of the adjacent vehicle. The shock nearly gave me a heart attack. Without wasting any time, I pressed the gas pedal, leaving the city and heading back to the freeway on my way home. Even after arriving home the next day, I couldn't help but wonder about the bizarre events at that Walmart. Last summer, I worked at Walmart, primarily handling shelf-stocking duties during the late-night shift. It was a relatively straightforward job and served as my first real work experience. One night, I found myself working around 11 p.m. Although the store was still open at that time, we didn't get many customers because we closed at midnight. I was in the pet supplies aisle at the very back of the store, engrossed in restocking a shelf. The quietness of the night was occasionally interrupted by the distant shuffling of customers. Suddenly, a man entered the aisle and started approaching me. I wasn't particularly fond of customers approaching me with questions, but I always aimed to be helpful. As he drew nearer, I noticed that some of his clothes were torn, and he seemed a bit disheveled. He began to express that he had a question, but before he could articulate it, he paused and slowly conveyed that he didn't like me. His expression shifted to anger, leaving me bewildered. I had no idea how to handle the situation, but I suspected that the man might be under the influence of drugs. He slowly walked behind the aisle we were in. I just shook my head and went back to work, but I could tell that the man was just standing there, barely around the corner. As I took products out of boxes and placed them on the shelves, I noticed out of the corner of my eye the man stick his head around the corner for a second and then go back. He still had a very angry look on his face. I did my best to ignore him and figured that he would walk away soon enough. About 5 minutes passed by, and as far as I knew, he was still there. Then out of nowhere, several items came flying off the shelf near me, as if they had been pushed from the other side. Now, this annoyed me. I said in a firm voice to the man that he should just get whatever he came here to get and leave. What he said in response was that he was going to get me, and then he called for me to come around the corner to the other side. I ignored it and started to pick up the items that fell. He called out a couple more times for me to come out, but I just ignored him once again. About a minute later, I heard the sound of more people in the aisle next to mine. It sounded like 4 or 5 men were suddenly in the aisle. I decided to walk over and look and saw several police officers starting to take the man away. One of the officers walked over to me, and I asked him what happened. He told me that the man had assaulted somebody in a nearby restaurant a few blocks away in a seemingly random attack and then fled. He was found at the Walmart, and it seemed like he was going for me next. I used to work at Walmart about 4 years ago for only part of one summer. My stint at Walmart lasted just a month before I decided to quit. This was the shortest duration I've ever held a job, but it simply wasn't the right fit for me. I wouldn't have taken the job, but I needed the money at that time. My initial responsibilities included working near the self-checkouts. I would stand by one register, overseeing the self-checkout area and assisting customers when needed. Problems with the registers were a common occurrence, such as unexpected items in the bagging area or accidental double scans. One night, I was scheduled to work until closing time at 11 p.m. It was around 9:30 or maybe 10, and I had already been on the job for a few hours. Most of the self-checkouts were occupied. We had about 8 registers, and one was out of order. Approximately 5 people were scanning their items, and I was stationed in the corner, keeping an eye on things. I noticed this one guy was kind of looking around at me once as he walked by and again when he got to the register. He had a basket that was full of items. I watched him scan an item, then put it in a bag, then put that bag in his basket. He then scanned just one more item and did the same thing, then paid. I watched him stuff a bunch of other items in the bags and then start to walk away. When I saw this, I was angry because the man was clearly trying to steal a bunch of stuff. I walked after the man and caught up to him as he was leaving the checkout area. I said to the guy, "You know you need to scan all your items, not just 2 of them." He looked at me sort of surprised, but then his face turned angry. He asked me if I was accusing him of trying to steal and then pointed out how he hadn't left the store yet, so he hadn't technically stolen anything. Then he took his 2 bags and tossed them into a display of candy that was on sale. He said, "There, I don't even want anything from this place," and then he left the bags on top of the candy and walked out. Uncertain about the man's intentions, I decided to focus on finishing my work as closing time approached. I worked for another hour, and then the store finally closed. After clocking out, I gathered my belongings and left. Stepping into the dark and quiet parking lot, I made my way to my car. As I got inside, a bright light blinded me, emanating from a car parked directly in front of mine. The car's headlights were on full beam, shining directly at me. Soon, I heard a door open and then shut. To my surprise and unease, the man I encountered earlier was approaching my driver's window. When he reached it, he knocked on the window. Despite my reservations, I lowered the window just a crack. The man demanded that I get out of the car for a conversation, his tone filled with anger. Unwilling to engage, I asked him why. He persisted in his demand, and as he tried to open the door, I managed to lock it just in time. Frustrated, he proceeded to kick near the headlights at the front of my car. Reacting quickly, I shifted the car into reverse, backed away, and then sped out of the parking lot. Thankfully, the man did not pursue me in his car. Following this unsettling encounter, I seriously contemplated quitting my job, and the next day, I applied for a position elsewhere. Ultimately, I secured a different job and resigned from Walmart about a week later. While I've witnessed some peculiar individuals at various Walmarts over the years, this man's behavior remains one of the most unsettling experiences I've had. I'm grateful I didn't have to discover how he knew which car was mine or why he waited for me after work. This incident occurred around 5 years ago. It was late at night, and I needed to pick up a few groceries on my way home. Although I typically didn't shop at Walmart, given the late hour, I figured it would be the only open store. It was around 11 p.m. when I arrived, and I parked towards the back of the parking lot. There were only a few cars around, but I preferred parking farther away to avoid tight spaces. Upon getting out of my car, I noticed a man smoking a cigarette, seemingly wandering around the parking lot. He was at a distance from me, and although it appeared a bit suspicious, I didn't think much of it. I entered the store, gathered my groceries, around 5 items, and checked out, spending about 10 minutes inside. After completing my shopping, I headed back to my car. When I was about 50 feet into the parking lot, I saw the same man who had been wandering earlier, standing near my car, as if contemplating breaking in. I stopped and observed him examining my car and walking around it. It seemed like he was holding something, but I couldn't discern what it was. Contemplating my options, whether to confront him, call the police, or return to the store, I chose to do none of those. Instead, I stayed where I was and pressed the lock button on my car, hoping the sound would startle him away. Instead of running, the man glanced around and spotted me. Making eye contact, he wore a creepy smile and gestured for me to come closer. The unsettling grin on his face made me hesitant to approach, so I remained where I was. Then I saw the man start to walk towards me. I turned in the other direction and ran back into the Walmart. When I was inside, I called the police and told them what was going on. I did not see the man inside the store, so I assumed he was still outside. I didn't go back outside until the police were there. When they did arrive, my car had been broken into, but I really didn't have anything of value in there. It was just a little messed up, basically, and the window was smashed. The man was long gone, though, and I pretty much wasn't missing anything. So I just told the police what he looked like and then went home. The thing that bothers me the most about this was how the man was waving me over to him in the process of breaking into my car. It made me wonder what he was capable of. The account is relatively brief but unsettling. On my mother's birthday, following a pleasant dinner at a local restaurant, my brother, partner, and I decided to head to Walmart to purchase a gift for her. My brother, a dedicated Hot Wheels collector, navigated towards the aisle featuring Hot Wheels cars. While my mother and partner were engrossed in another aisle, I overheard voices emanating from the adjacent aisle where my brother was engaged in conversation. Suspecting he might have encountered a friend, I approached to investigate. To my surprise, I found my brother conversing with a dubious-looking older man, likely in his late 40s to mid-50s, attired in a NASCAR shirt and cargo shorts. Despite my brother being 17 and not appearing as a child, an instant sense of unease enveloped me. The conversation abruptly ceased as I drew near, and upon inquiring about their discussion, my brother showed me a couple of cars he intended to purchase. Upon returning to my mother and partner, I urgently suggested moving to the next aisle, explaining the unsettling encounter with the mysterious man. My overprotective mother and imposing partner swiftly concurred. As we approached, the man swiftly retreated from my brother and hastily departed the aisle and the vicinity. Encounters with him recurred within the store and once more on his way out. We surmised he might be a trucker, possibly heading to the nearby truck stop rather than being interested in cars. The contemplation of what could have unfolded had we not intervened or if my brother had been younger or more naive is indeed disconcerting. According to my brother, the man asserted to be a Lego collector from New York. While we remain unaware of the full extent of their conversation, my brother was undeniably unsettled by the encounter. One of the most unsettling memories from my childhood occurred when I was around 9 years old, likely in the late months of 1978 or early 1979, placing me in the 4th grade at that time. Providing some context, my school was a relatively new addition to the district, featuring an experimental architectural design devoid of square angles in its walls. To simplify, envision a U-shaped layout, with the opening facing the parking lot. Hexagonal structures known as pods were attached to the outer edge of the U, with each pod further divided into 6 classrooms and a central area. This central space offered a vantage point, allowing someone to peer into any of the 6 classrooms simultaneously. The playground encompassed the entire exterior beyond the U-shaped collection of pods, starting with blacktop near the school and extending to a grassy field farther out. Importantly, this design meant that standing in close proximity to the pods could result in someone else, also near the pods, being within 20 feet of you yet concealed around the bend of the wall. In the late months of 1978 or 1979, my school hosted an open house or parent-teacher conferences. These events provided parents an opportunity to engage with one another and, notably, to confer with their children's teachers about academic progress. My mom, ever diligent, never missed one of these gatherings, and this occasion was no exception. The school's cafeteria buzzed with activity as teachers, kids, and parents mingled. After the principal's introductory address, everyone dispersed for one-on-one meetings. my mom had discussions planned for both my older brother, a year ahead of me, and me. When we met my teacher, Mrs. Holbrook, my mom had encouraging remarks for me, and we swiftly concluded our meeting. However, when it came time to meet my older brother's teacher, Mr. Covey, my mom unexpectedly instructed me to head out to the playground and play while my brother remained in the classroom. Though it was still daylight, a considerable amount of time had passed since the principal's speech. Parents attending only for a brief meeting or those with a single teacher to consult had likely come and gone. The playground, once filled with people, now lay empty. Unconcerned, I wandered around the pods as if in my own home, staying close to the outer wall for no particular reason. Suddenly, without any warning, a sharp pinch across the back of my neck jolted me. The grip was formidable, preventing any attempt to break free. Before I could react, a voice whispered in my ear, instructing me to remain still and refrain from turning around. I nodded as best as I could. The voice then directed me to walk, leading me around the pod until the parking lot came into view, where a few cars remained. The voice asked if I saw the green station wagon with wooden paneling. I confirmed, and the voice instructed me to walk to that car, get inside, and wait. Do not turn around. It will be right behind you if you turn around. Do you understand me? Throughout, the hand at my neck tightened periodically, accentuating key points with emphasis. The unseen presence continued to guide me toward that car, and with each step, I felt an eerie resonance with the condemned walking toward their fate. Though I was a naive boy, even at that age, I couldn't bring myself to believe that getting into that car was a wise decision. However, the fear of what might happen if I turned around outweighed my reservations. Halfway to the car, I found myself frozen, grappling with uncertainty. Standing still was an improvement over the initial fear, and I lingered there for what felt like both seconds and minutes before eventually turning around. To my relief, nobody was there. I suspected they might be lurking behind the pod, observing and waiting. However, my mom was in that direction, too, so I chose a wide arc around the playground area as I cautiously retraced my steps. Near the spot where I had been pinched, two boys from my brother's grade, Roger and another whose name I never knew, played marbles. They seemed unrelated to the incident. I was convinced they, especially Roger, were the culprits behind the pinch. However, as I passed them from a distance, they showed no reaction. Oddly enough, my brother later spoke positively about Roger, leaving me astonished. He was apparently a nice guy. In hindsight, I considered the whispered voice and the forceful hand, leaning toward the likelihood that it belonged to an adult male rather than another child. The mystery deepened as I pondered why this person wanted me inside Mr. Covey's car. Since Mr. Covey was engaged in a conference with my mom, he was not the culprit. My only other speculation led me to my third-grade teacher, Dr. Schofield, who had once violently grabbed me in class when I stood up without permission. Intriguingly, that same year, in 1980, Dr. Schofield was arrested on suspicion of molesting 4 boys, a revelation that unfolded a year after my unsettling playground encounter. I may never know for certain, but the lingering question of who it was will always haunt me. Throughout my high school years, there was a teacher I dubbed Creepy Creep, and as you'll soon see, the name was well earned. The peculiar saga began in my freshman year when this teacher served as an inclusion teacher, responsible for caring for special needs students integrated into regular classes. Creepy Creep always appeared isolated, sparking my sympathy. One day, in a misguided attempt at kindness, I complimented him on his haircut. Little did I know that this simple gesture would lead to him seemingly always being in close proximity. Later that year, after breaking my toe at a haunted house, he cornered me in the hallway, advising me to steer clear of such places. I chuckled it off initially, but the realization struck me later that it was odd he knew how I broke my toe, considering I hadn't shared it with anyone at school. In the following school year, he consistently joined me at my lunch table until my friends arrived. On one occasion, I witnessed him tripping on the stairs. Despite initially appearing unharmed, he broke into tears upon realizing I had witnessed the incident. That day, he sat with me at lunch, apologizing profusely for the perceived embarrassment. Come my junior year, he welcomed me with an overzealous hug on the first day, expressing how much he missed me over the summer. Throughout the year, he continued sitting with me at lunch, even after my friends joined. He asserted that my friends weren't true friends if they had issues with us sitting together. During one lunch, as I spoke about leaving early for a dentist appointment, he inquired about the departure time. I mentioned it was right after lunch, and to my relief, a few minutes later, he left, a moment for which I was sincerely grateful. Once I got to my car to leave, it wouldn't start. Creepy Creep just happened to be out there, though, and offered to give me a ride home. I told him it was fine because my stepdad was on his way to get me, and anyways, I had to get back to school. Creepy Creep told me it wouldn't take any time for him to take me home since my house was just down the road. That's when I got really freaked out because he knew where I lived. Luckily, my stepdad showed up just in time. Creepy Creep introduced himself to my stepdad, saying it was nice to finally meet the man who raised such a beautiful girl. In my senior year, I ended up going to a different school. I got a new job as a delivery driver. About a week into the job, there was a special note on the bottom of the delivery saying, "Use the back door, and you can just walk in." This wasn't too odd to me because sometimes that's a common note on deliveries for elderly people who can't make it to the door. So, I made it to the delivery and went inside, but it was none other than Creepy Creep. When I walked in, he went in for a kiss, telling me how much he missed me. I was so terrified because not only was this Mr. Creepy stalking teacher, but he also just kissed me. He told me how upset he was to not hear from me on our 2-year anniversary, but he said he understood because it's hard to keep in touch after being at different schools. He asked me to quit my job and just stay with him for the rest of the day so we could celebrate our anniversary the proper way. Luckily, my boss called, yelling at me for taking so long on the delivery. So I told Creepy Creep that I had to go quit my job in person so I wouldn't get in trouble for keeping the money from his delivery. Then I would come right back. He was so happy and said he was so excited to see me putting more effort into our relationship. So I quit my job, then went straight home and told my parents everything. I never heard from Creepy Creep ever again. I don't want to give too much away about my personality, but I would say it takes place in a small town in Ontario where I grew up in 7th grade, so me and everyone else in my class would have been about 12 years old in the first part. We had a substitute teacher in 7th grade. I am a real teacher, mister. I was there alone. C returned from sick leave with mental health issues, we later learned. I was great and he left after winter break. C showed that he was kind of a creep from the beginning. He made a lot of little creepy comments that we would let slide, but eventually one encounter escalated. I remember one day during recess he tried to take me and a friend Rachel, saying different words for the penis and asking us if it is comfortable for us to say such words, etc. We decided to tell the parents of those young girls, and they got upset and called the school because obviously they didn't do anything about it because otherwise the rest of it wouldn't have happened. Fast forward some creepy signs. Rachel and Jim, the rest of our class is about 20 kids, were doing the gymnastics part of our gym program. We're halfway through class and Rachel got up and left. It was part of the gym where we were going to leave our shoes, so a little later I turned around to look for him, and to my surprise he was shocked standing in front of the gym with a video camera in hand. Haven't put 2 and 2 together yet, but what happens next is basically pretty damn fast. Mister at the time, C, who was lying in the gym doing nothing, sees Rachel with this camera. Swear to God her face is horrified because she doesn't have a care in the world, and within a second they grab a nearby soccer ball. In front of the 12-year-olds, he threw Rachel across the room and hit her in the face and dropped the camera and screamed and ran out of the room, and me and the others went into the office. The class followed him out of the room before Mr. C could have done who knows what else, grabbed this camera and ran out of school. I never saw her again. Rachel's kind parents, who happened to live on the same street as me and chatted with me from time to time, we later found out they filed charges. He was charged with assault and battery on a minor and also with intent to harm, or he was taping our class since he started teaching us. The most obvious aspects of everything we were going to do that day. Needless to say, we got a new teacher for the rest of the year, which was kind of awesome to say the least, because she let us do whatever we wanted. From casually walking into our dressing rooms to extensive sex-related health classes, it seemed too scary. So when I was a freshman in high school, I had a teacher named Dr. Johansson taught civics in my class. It was a special companion like other teachers. The new school teachers I attended were often not socially close to the students. They were just there to teach, and only Dr. Johansson liked to connect with students, so he decided it would be easier to do that. So he had a Facebook account. He started adding people from our school on Facebook, and eventually they started talking to them often, posting strange things on his wall and strange comments they wrote. For example, one time he posted NWA straight out of Compton and wrote that all he said was N-word, 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 N-word. Of course I don't understand. Some students commented and asked him why he sang like that. He used the N-word so freely that he deleted the post and apologized. He blamed it on being drunk, and it was nothing. He started talking to students, mostly boys, and he managed to get some students' numbers and started texting them randomly. He needs help with his homework. He could come over to my house and I could help you drink a glass of wine, and that's what he would say to teenagers who are under 18. So by law they aren't even allowed to drink, and those underage are not allowed to drink alcohol, he suggested. Remember, he's a civics teacher. He should know this stuff by heart, and it's morals, for God's sake. He never texted me anyway. But later he sent a weird text to my friends. Then he decided to talk to me. A few weeks after he started contacting students like this, he was talking to me on Facebook, asking me, how do you get girls? Do you have a big dick? Do you often sleep with girls after shows? Because I'm an artist and I found these messages very disturbing, and the messages got worse. He must be such a stud in bed. We were probably really good, and go down the rabbit hole with me. I'll take care of you. I don't need to understand what that means. And that wasn't even all. After a while things got out of hand. He started going out. He started asking me to go clubbing with him, and I wasn't old enough then, and he said he could take me clubbing. No ID, and I said I'll be fine. I said no. He must have got mad at me, and since I turned him down a few times, he decided not to talk to me much. Instead he started talking to one of my best friends. Ended with Dr. Johansson sends my friend a picture of her ass. Please take it from behind, with the caption, my friend was 17. Johnson was in his mid-30s, going to court, and Dr. Johansson received a small sentence of doing community service and then having to pay a fine to my friend. Johansson still works at the school today and is completely accepted. I see so many wrong people making so many mistakes that such a person should not be able to re-enter the workforce. Things could have been worse. I was about 5 years old when my parents decided to follow the typical Chinese stereotype of making me play piano or violin instead of any other instrument. Although it should have been piano or violin, I decided on violin because everyone in my family or daughter already had a piano. I wanted to be a little different with my lessons because my parents didn't speak English very well, and they wanted Chinese-speaking teachers, which, given how rare my first violin teacher was quite helpful in practical situations. We had to travel about 40 minutes by train to see him every week, and he was also quite strict and had little patience for a 5-year-old violinist. So my parents and I went to Mr. Chan. Was a violinist, I guess, to be in his mid-30s. His price was cheap, and he also visited the house, and we were quite happy for Mr. Chan was a soft-spoken person, and when I was a child I thought he was the most beautiful person in the world. Whenever he came to me, he always gave me a piece of candy and gave me a hug when the class was over. It meant that he often looked at me with these burning eyes as a child, but I thought maybe it was just what he liked. But sometimes it felt like he was looking into my soul when I was being taught. Instead of telling me to put your finger on the E string now, he would gently move it for me whenever there was an opportunity to touch me. he would always move my fingers to match my arms and head to his posture. I basically took those things away from him because I was a kid who didn't know anything very well because he was a great violin teacher and I legitimately learned a lot from him one day. John stopped coming to classes and I had to find a new teacher. I cried and got really angry because I thought he was the nicest guy ever and I missed the sweets. My family refused to explain why he left when I was 12. Apparently Mr. to bring me news of what happened. One of Chan's violin students was arrested for molesting another girl my age. I wonder if he had the same fascination with her. I wasn't that great. My teacher was a very sweet lady, the kind who would call you baby and sugar and all that. She was very laid back and patient. Then she got ill, flu symptoms. She took a couple of weeks off on some days but had to come back because she couldn't continuously keep taking off, and she looked worse than when she initially took sick leave. She was very feverish and flu-like, but she was very agitated. She couldn't hold still, had a bad temper, her mouth kind of slacked on the left side like she had a stroke or something. She was snappy and talking to herself, saying things like, "I should probably go to the doctor," and biting her nails. She had bitten so much they bled. Then things got nasty. One kid who was slightly special couldn't understand a worksheet, and she completely lost it. She was throwing stuff and calling him awful names. When I tried to intervene, she came at me and tried to bite me, like she was foaming at the mouth and trying to attack me. But by the time people finally found out what was going down, she was on the floor having a grand mal seizure, foaming, her eyes rolling in the back of her head. Sometime later, I found out that she had died shortly thereafter. Trying to find out what happened, police went to her house where they found her dead dog and a dead raccoon somewhere in the house. All three tested positive for the rabies virus. I still have nightmares about her, and I always keep my animals up to date with vaccinations. This happened when I was in 9th grade. I had matured early, so I received a lot of gross comments in 7th through 9th grade. This made me lose confidence in myself. So instead of being very sociable and outgoing like I used to be, I was shy and awkward. I had 0 friends, literally 0. So teachers often came up to me and asked if I was lonely, showed interest in me because I seemed depressed or whatever. My English teacher's name was Mr. Z. He had the creepiest blue eyes, and his smile was even creepier. On the first day of school, he asked us all about ourselves, our favorite subjects, and our names. But he always called on me even though I never raised my hand. When he asked me, I would speak quietly because everyone stared at me, and it made him laugh. He used to call me Good Heart. Towards the middle of the year, I noticed that he showed me a lot of favoritism. If he took away our privileges to go to the bathroom, he would say something like, "Take this to the office," and then whisper, "Go to the bathroom if you have to." When we received our progress reports, I would have A's on assignments I had never done. I never told anyone about that because English was a class I had to pass to graduate. As the school year went on, I started to realize that he never looked me in the eyes. He would stare at my chest, then my legs, at the floor, etc. And when he did look at me, he barely blinked, which made me look away instead, and it was very awkward. When I first noticed him blatantly staring at my chest, I didn't think much of it at the time because I'm not very blessed in the chest, so guys usually look at my butt instead. I just figured there was something on my shirt the first few times. Towards the end of the year, he started asking me to come into his room during lunch so I could help him grade. And I came to his room. He'd have a movie on, and we'd watch that for my lunch. He didn't have to teach a class after, so he let me skip my class afterward. One thing I noticed right away was that there were sex scenes in every movie we watched. He asked me if I wanted to skip, and I'd shrug because I wanted to act mature. It started to happen every day. We'd watch a movie every day, which all had very awkward sex scenes. At the end of the school year, we watched our last movie, and this time the scene was very long and very detailed and very awkward. He put his hand on my leg gently and laughed. "It'll be over soon," he said. He kept his hand on my leg for the whole thing. Luckily, when the bell rang, I left. I didn't say bye, I just left. The reason why I wrote this is because I saw him at Petco, my job, a week ago. I didn't think he'd recognize me. I wear glasses now, dyed my hair blonde, and lost a little weight. I was helping one line of people, which had about 5 people in it, and my coworker was working with a line that had 2. He stood in my line and waited for everyone to finish, even though the other line was empty. When I took his things, avoiding eye contact the whole time, he stared at me. I didn't look up because I didn't want to meet his gaze. Towards the end of the transaction, he started asking me about my life, did I like my job, how my family was doing, etc. I just gave him short, simple answers while he drilled a hole in my face with his eyes. After we were finished, he smiled and said, "I'll be back again, good heart." After freshman year, he was no longer a teacher at my school. I never found out why. This happened to my music teacher when I was in 5th grade. He was just filling in for my usual music teacher who had been operated for several months. He was getting very old, he was always sweating, his hands didn't move, and shifty eyes, and it was so creepy in the 5th grade that I was already developing and all that good stuff, and I admired my older sister and wanted to be like her, and she would wear these little mini skirts and I was dying to make my mom better. She didn't mind, she didn't even want her big daughter to dress like that. She bought me these were skirts called skorts, but they have shorts in them, so she looks at the skirt or something. Don't look at the goods. So anyway, she shows up and immediately creeps me out. She's pretty enough, she's just super, it has a creepy vibe. It's also really shifty and confused, almost unnerving, just really weird in general. And the comments started. He was harassing me saying my skirts were too short. I told them they made shorts. He said he knew I was lying. On many occasions he told me that he saw creepy comments about my outfits every day and would dig a hole in me for it. He wouldn't treat any student like that. I told my mom, who was serious. She went to my principal and they set up a meeting between the principal and the vice principal, the creepy teacher in question, and my mom and dad. My mom is very short and skinny, but my dad is like 6'2" and 250 pounds of muscle, and he is very protective of me, so I'm not sure what happened on that date, but I know my dad never said a word to him. The man looked at her the whole time like, "I know you're creeping out my daughter. I'm not afraid to hurt you," and my mom went to her. They really let her. They kept changing her story. It was noted that they took the note back and promptly canceled it because they finished the plane and got caught with several lies. Go to a high school with about 400 students per class, but we only have about 100 students take AP Physics each year, so I only have one teacher for the subject. A longtime physics teacher retired, so the school board that hired her called her "Will do, sir." From the first day of school, everyone could tell he was different. He would get upset over the smallest things, like someone spelling formulas wrong. He would make over 5 students cry in the first week of school. My chem teachers was the head of the subject department, so these actions bothered him a lot. One day he would talk to him about it, and if he had to make some changes or if a student needed to be corrected, he wasn't there. Was in his room, but he found a pillow. And a few of his sleeping bags and clothes were hanging in the teacher's closet in each room. It looked a little suspicious, but he didn't think too much of it and forgot about it. And in December, my teacher's son was in the orchestra school and he was supposed to pick it up around 11 o'clock. Since there was a game away, he noticed that the car was still there, which made him even more suspicious, because what teacher would really be there at 11 p.m.? As of the following week, on Saturday night, Mr. the Psych's outburst got worse, and the next Saturday the students were more scared of him. My teacher's kids had sick stomachs, so he went to the old Walmart for ginger ale and decided to go to school on the way home. The next week, the physics students' Mr. Psych's car was still there. Psychs would be leaving that week, and they could either skip the class without penalty on the transcript or take the class online on the first day of Christmas break. The janitor who cleaned the school texted my teacher and said, Sykes was standing in an empty classroom staring at a wall, she said, when she went to call the police, and if the police were still there, 5 hours later, Aaron had my principal, vice principal, and the police by the wall. A week later, to send him off, my teacher was checking the supplies in the room and was sure everything was fine when he went through the drawer and found various things like a razor, rat poison, and acid. I was wondering what someone was planning to do with them with a rebus story about their creepy teacher and his lewd actions towards them. Gory was an English teacher at Davies Technical High School, who gave us tons of work to keep us busy, mostly copying notes from our first month at school. I knew there was something about him. He once referred to a script after reading it out loud. A story by Edgar Allan Poe, where there was a serial killer and he chose girls with natural blonde hair from his class to demonstrate how the killer chooses his victims. I had dark brown hair and always felt creepy around him due to these failures and a few other reasons. Halfway through the year I moved to my local high school. Last year it became clear that I had made the right move. Told me that Gory was arrested for downloading child porn on his computer and having an affair with a 16-year-old student. I once held a position in an Alabama funeral home, and don't worry, it wasn't as morbid as you might expect. My main responsibilities were centered around office work, ensuring that the environment lacked the eerie and spooky atmosphere often associated with such places. However, by pure happenstance, I found myself entangled in a chilling tale from my time there. The story revolved around a man whose wife and baby daughter had fallen victim to shocking and mysterious circumstances, a narrative that unfolded through the channels of the news rather than within our funeral home. The initiation of the funeral arrangements occurred when a person, presumably a relative of the grieving man, reached out. In the customary fashion, we meticulously recorded the names of the deceased. This information was crucial for crafting and producing the orders of service that would guide the funeral proceedings. Shortly after, a colleague forwarded me a link to a local news article exclaiming, "Holy crap, we're doing the funeral." The piece detailed a horrifying incident where someone had broken into the grieving man's house while he was at work, specifically targeting his wife and child before hastily leaving. What intensified the horror was that the man's business partner had experienced an identical tragedy with his family about 6 months prior. The article hinted at a motive, suggesting that someone sought revenge on the two business partners due to a deal gone awry or similar issues. There was a growing suspicion that the same individual or group might have orchestrated both sets of murders. The modus operandi was eerily consistent, entering silently, eliminating the family with no witnesses, and then meticulously cleaning up to eradicate potential evidence. However, during the second set of murders, the killer made a crucial mistake. A witness spotted the man's face as he fled across a field behind the victim's house, and it seemed like the police were closing in on their prime suspect. The funeral, an emotionally charged event, unfolded as one of the most heart-wrenching experiences in my career. The petite coffin meant for the baby daughter was overwhelmingly poignant, even for someone who had participated in numerous deeply moving services. Despite my belief that I was desensitized to such scenes, the sight of that little coffin evoked a lump in my throat. The husband, grappling with his grief, stood out among mourners. While many people maintain stoicism during funerals, especially in the face of sudden tragedies, this man was shattered. Witnessing his attempts to deliver a eulogy for his wife and child was particularly painful. He struggled to articulate his emotions, and eventually, his brother intervened to guide him away when he succumbed to a complete breakdown. The unanimous sentiment among my colleagues was that this funeral ranked among the most challenging we had ever hosted. However, the saga didn't conclude there. It evolved into one of the most distressing narratives I'd ever encountered, let alone been a part of. A few weeks post-funeral, my coworkers sent me another news link. This one lacked a message, featuring only that unsettling blue and yellow horrified face emoji. Opening the page, I learned that the police had apprehended the individual responsible for murdering our customer's wife and child. To my shock, the perpetrator turned out to be the same guy who had lost his family in nearly identical circumstances just months before. Yes, that guy. The article provided scant details, prompting us to continually check the news for updates. Then, the shocking revelation: the murderer received a reduced charge for cooperating with the police. As part of this cooperation, he exposed the text exchanges between him and his business partner, outlining their sinister plan to orchestrate each other's families' deaths to abscond with their secret lovers, one of whom was a secretary at the company they jointly owned and operated. The most disturbing aspect was how unsuspecting one would be of their capability for such heinous acts. I mean, I guess they weren't inherently evil. That's likely why they conspired to eliminate each other's families instead of carrying out the deeds themselves. Perhaps this realization struck the funeral attendee, explaining his profound devastation. The weight of responsibility for their deaths must have hit him, compounded by the fact that he had directly caused the demise of a woman and 2 innocent children. Contemplating these events is enough to churn my stomach. I struggle to fathom how they both arrived at such profoundly monstrous decisions, and it genuinely altered my perspective on the world. Standing beside the man at the funeral, perceiving him as a loving, caring father, now seems like a facade. He's currently on death row, filing appeal after appeal. The same person who harbored the capacity not only to end the lives of 2 innocent children and their pleading mother, but also to orchestrate the demise of his own family. This tale dates back to my best friend's teenage years, around the age of 15, in the mid-2000s. We reside in rural Alabama, right in the heart of the sticks. One Friday night, her dad developed a craving for a basket of Royal Reds. Eager to head out, they faced the challenge of finding a last-minute babysitter. Seizing the opportunity, my BFF asserted her independence, insisting she didn't need a babysitter and could be trusted to stay home alone for the night. Her parents conceded, but with a condition: she had to be in bed and asleep by the time they returned, which would be sometime after 11 p.m. Failure to comply would result in grounding. However, if she succeeded, her mom promised a shopping spree the next day, a tempting proposition indeed. The thought of being home alone coupled with a shopping spree makes my heart flutter. As the night unfolded, her parents embarked on their dinner date. They left her with some money for pizza, and she reveled in the time of her life. Watching whatever she pleased on TV, indulging in pizza and ice cream, she had the entire place to herself. All she needed to do was hit the hay by around 11:15, and a substantial addition to her wardrobe awaited her the next day. Time rolled around, and she successfully completed her mission. The kitchen was spotless, ice cream stowed away, pizza boxes disposed of, and she was comfortably clad in her PJs. Suddenly, she is jolted by the sound of the front door opening and closing, followed by the echo of footsteps down the hallway. Swiftly, she leaps into bed, extinguishes the lights, and lies down with her back turned to the bedroom door, feigning sleep. True to her expectations, her parents can be heard ascending the stairs, exchanging hushed shushes and giggles. It's evident that their indulgence in drinks might be a tad excessive, perhaps explaining their insistence on her being in bed before they returned, to spare them potential teasing for being inebriated. As she remains silent, the handle of her bedroom door starts to turn, indicating that they are checking to confirm her slumber. She remains perfectly still, not making a sound. The person, either her mom or dad, who opened the door, stealthily crosses the carpet toward her. Upon reaching her bedside, they bend over, gently stroking her hair, and plant a kiss on the side of her head, a clear giveaway of their inebriation, as the scent of alcohol lingers in the air. As the mysterious figure slips out of the room, silence envelopes the house once again. It appears her parents retired straight to bed to sleep off their margaritas, as she hears little more than the occasional stumble to and from the bathroom. Growing drowsy, she lays there, drifting into sleep, only to awaken the next morning, eagerly anticipating her promised shopping spree. She rolls over, checks her phone only to discover she has a bunch of texts from her mom, all timed for an hour or so after she'd fallen asleep. She opens them, half expecting a bunch of "You're an amazing daughter, I love you" drunk text, but in her half-asleep haze, what she reads makes no sense to her whatsoever. The message read something like, "Honey, I'm sorry if we worried you, but we saw Aunt Barb and her new boyfriend, and we totally lost track of time. We're staying in a motel tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow around 12. Promise, then we can go on that shopping trip." I can only imagine what that must have been like at the time, but my friend said the information was a square peg, and her brain was a round hole. It just wouldn't fit. Her parents had come all the way home, then gone back out again, but why? She texts her mom, like, "Did you come home last night?" And as she does, she said she felt her heart begin to pound in her chest, because if she said no, she was either lying, or it wasn't neither of her parents in the house the night before, it was a complete stranger. As soon as that horrible penny really dropped for her, she called her mom in a panic, who obviously then told her to call the cops ASAP. But when they got there, there was nothing to tell them how this stranger had gotten in, if anything was taken, or how they got out. My friend swears that she'd heard the front door close quietly, but if that was the case, how did the guy get a copy of the front door key? Even scarier is their security cameras didn't record anyone walking up their driveway, and there's literally no other way to get to the front of the property without being caught on it. It 100% wasn't some kind of dream either, because someone had evidently and very quietly gone through her mom's clothes at some point during the night. No one was ever caught over it. The cops didn't even have a suspect, and I don't believe my friend would just make something up like that. She was really actually upset about it for a really long time. And unless the whole thing is an elaborate cover story for something else, then it really did happen. It just freaks me out thinking the guy is still out there and that he's that good at being a freaking creep that he can do all that stuff and stay totally undetected. Just the thought of it makes my skin crawl. These events happened when I was around 6 or 7, around 2001. We lived in a small community close to Gordo, Alabama. From kindergarten through first grade, my mom worked crazy hours. So twice a week after school, my great-grandmother would pick up me, my sister, and 4 other cousins from school. We would head to my grandparents' home, where they had an awesome treehouse in their front yard, right next to a big sunflower field. My grandparents would make homemade baked sunflower seeds from it. One of the things we would do was search the yard for cold rocks and old arrowheads. Once we found them, we would pick who had the coolest find and leave them in the treehouse. My great-grandmother would call us into the house to get something to eat, and just like clockwork, up the old dirt road hidden by trees lived an old woman. She had to be in her 70s at least, and she lived completely alone. Now, we kids never had any interaction with her, but my grandfather would call her the witch woman. Apparently, they had a few minor altercations, and she wasn't fond of him nor his family. The woman was tall and lean with a hunched back, curly gray hair, and appeared much older than the 70s. She would always wear plain, dull dresses and walked with a cane and a limp. I'll never forget seeing her waddle up the road anytime she would go inside the house. After coming from inside the treehouse, we would take our food and watch through the screen door as the witch woman in question would begin her walk up the long dirt road. I remember seeing her pick up speed as she hobbled across the paved road to my grandparents' yard. Every time she had climbed the wooden steps nailed to the tree and entered our treehouse carrying a pillowcase. She would stay up there for only a few minutes, and then she'd start down again, carrying the pillowcase over her shoulder. She'd walk right back towards her home. However, every time before crossing the road, she would look back at our treehouse and scowl like she wanted to rip it to pieces with her bare hands. Once she would leave, we would go right back out there, and some, if not all, the treasures we found would be gone. She never came when we were outside, which makes me think she would watch us. My grandfather said that she was fairly harmless and honestly just thought she had a bad case of dementia with no family to look after her. I had many nightmares as a kid about the old witch woman. As adults, we look back and think how freaky it all was, but back then, we just made up stories about her to creep each other out. I still wonder to this day what she did with all of our treasures. Hey everyone, we are facing algorithm issues. Your like and comment are more important now. If you enjoy from stories, thank you. A couple of years ago, I found myself home alone. Though I was still living with my family, they were on vacation, granting me the rare opportunity to have the house all to myself. Having worked long hours that week, my day off finally arrived. With the idea to catch up with some friends over a few cold ones, we spent the evening together, and the gathering concluded around 11 p.m. As everyone headed home, I secured my doors, made my way upstairs to my room, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. That was until I was jolted awake by the insistent ding-dong of my doorbell, around 4 a.m. if memory serves me right. Needless to say, I was still feeling the effects of the night's revelry. For a few moments, I found myself questioning reality. Unsure if the doorbell had rung or if it was a figment of my imagination, I opted to wait. The sound persisted, confirming its existence. Groggily, I rose from my bed, made my way to the hallway, and shouted, "I'll be right there." As I descended the stairs, a wave of panic began to set in. What if one of my friends had encountered an accident or failed to make it home safely? Despite not being as intoxicated as I was when they left, uncertainties lingered. Perhaps one of them had returned for something they forgot. Approaching the door, my decision to open it seemed hasty. To my surprise, or perhaps dismay, it was my ex. A quick recap, our breakup had been far from amicable. After dating for years, she cheated, leaving me heartbroken. We went through a cycle of back and forths, and it took a solid year and a half for me to move on, achieved mainly by blocking her number, all social media, and even email. Yes, she attempted to contact me through email as well. To put it mildly, she embodied the crazy ex stereotype. It had only been about 3 months since I cut off all communication with her, so her unexpected presence left me utterly bewildered when I opened the door. In a hesitant and shy manner, I greeted her with a simple, hi. Perplexed, I questioned, "What are you doing here, Ginny?" She replied, "I wanted to see you and talk a little bit." Bewildered, I pointed out the late hour, to which she responded, "I know it's late, but I'm on my way to school, and I wanted to stop by since it's on the way. I figured you'd be home alone." This revelation unsettled me. How could she know that? My family wasn't in contact, and I had them blocked on social media. Confused, I inquired, how did you know that?" She simply said, "Oh, I just knew." We hit a momentary pause, and she asked if she could come inside to talk. Despite reservations, I foolishly agreed. Once inside, she interacted with my dogs before we settled in the living room. The conversation initially revolved around how well both of us were doing in life. As expected, she eventually pleaded for us to get back together. Firmly, I declined, leading to tears from both of us. In an unexpected turn, we ended up in my room, and the predictable unfolded. Post the regrettable encounter, guilt washed over me. I used the excuse of an early workday to urge her to leave. However, she insisted on staying, and our disagreement escalated into her accusing me of using her. I responded with unkind words and finally kicked her out. I assumed that would be the end of it. I was wrong. Approximately 20 minutes later, as I returned to my room, pounding on my door interrupted my thoughts. Without surprise, it was my ex. She entered my house without permission, appearing flustered and angry. Despite the familiarity, something felt off. One of my dogs, usually fond of her, began growling, a behavior out of the ordinary. While keeping my composure, I asked her what she wanted and urged her to leave. She stared at me with intense eyes and uttered in a shaky voice, "Why do you always do this?" Moving closer, she had her right hand free, but the other was concealed in her hoodie pocket. Uncertain but alarmed, I suspected she was gripping something. Fearing the worst, I imagined a scenario where I'd be stabbed to death by my unpredictable ex, unnoticed until my family returned. Almost on cue, my second dog, Ash, started barking wildly, an unusual behavior for her. Combined with the unsettling feeling from my ex, I grew uneasy. I expressed regret over our previous actions and insisted she leave, feeling a surge of fear that lingered even after she departed. This totally lit the fuse. She went totally ballistic, I'm talking spitting in my face and strained red eyes while yelling at me. To be honest, I can't really remember what she had yelled about, but it probably wasn't good. The entire time, and she never once took her hand out of her pocket. She did finally calm down, though, and she pretty much just stood there inches away from my face, breathing really heavily, and my dog still barking at her the entire time. The look on her face that she had is the one that you can tell someone wants to do or say something, but they're just holding back from doing what they really want to do by like a threat of mental power or something. Personally, I really didn't want to find out what was in her pocket or what she wanted to do to me. So really annoyed and very much worried after this verbal onslaught, I just simply told her, "Get the hell out of my house or I'm calling the cops," very angrily. She then paused and then she said, "You're gonna regret this," and then finally, she left. I locked my door after that, went straight to my room, and then looked out my window for the next few hours. Thankfully, she didn't come back. Since that day, I haven't seen or talked to my ex. I'm not really sure if I was just being paranoid or if I really was about to regret letting her inside. Hopefully, I won't ever have to see her again. I would like to make something abundantly clear. In the beginning of this, I was very naive in my youth, again, very naive. While my ex was very emotionally, sexually, and mentally abusive, he was smart enough never to lay a hand on me physically. He used gaslighting, manipulation, and carefully hidden sadism to control me for 8 years. I always forgave him for every slight against me, every instance of cruelty, every mental assault, and every sexual attack. I always forgave him because I thought he loved me and that I was his property. We'd been together for a really long time, and I wore his promise ring. In my mind, I was dealing with a lot of actions that would eventually go away with age. I was 17 years old when I finally got the courage to leave him. Since then, no, he's left me messages on my Facebook, my phone, my email, and he's even called me from texting apps as well. He always leaves the same message every month, like clockwork, same time, same day, and same message. He's done this for 6 years, and I couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't breaking any laws, so I couldn't really report him, and no one really cared about it anyway. So, I blocked each account and just continued on with my life. But then, about 2 months ago, the messages seemed to completely stop, and I think I know why. I had gotten engaged to another man the same day that he messaged me for the last time. I decided to post about it on Facebook, and then, magically, out of nowhere, the messages just stopped. I'm guessing he stopped because I'm going to marry someone else, and I'm no longer his property, at least in his mind. This is the only thing that makes sense to me, that he believes I belong to someone else now and not him. But I have a feeling I haven't seen the last of him, but I really hope that's not the case. This isn't so much one encounter, but a terrifying experience that I've never shared with anyone except the police. Recently, I've been reflecting on it, realizing how deeply it affected me. Here's the story. I met a guy at a bar one night, and we hit it off. We partied all night and eventually ended up back at my apartment. Instead of staying at the hostel he was using, he started living with me. We connected instantly, and I enjoyed having him around. We dated for about 3 months before the first night he attacked me. It happened on the night of my 30th birthday. We celebrated, had a great time, and eventually passed out around 3 a.m. He had previously disclosed that he suffered from PTSD and night terrors, often waking up in a panic. In the midst of a deep sleep, I suddenly awoke to 5 swift blows to my head and face. Confused and disoriented, I tried to shield myself, realizing my arms were pinned at my sides. He was sitting on my chest, legs on my arms, strangling me. Before comprehending my surroundings, I felt my life fading and going black as he tightened his grip on my neck. When he released his grip, the blood eventually surged back to my brain, and I witnessed him walking towards the bathroom. Seizing the moment, I hastily gathered my dogs and fled to my car, driving away. He must have fallen back into a stupor. Hours later, he called me, bewildered by my sudden disappearance. I recounted the horrifying incident, and he swore he didn't intend to harm me. He promised to seek help, and in a moment of vulnerability, I agreed to return with the condition that any further scare would mean his immediate departure. Exactly 1 week later, as I slept, I woke to find him on top of me, motionless. Slowly pushing him off, I pretended to prepare for work. Out of nowhere, he sprang up and sucker punched me in the mouth. I tumbled onto the bed, and he once again attempted to strangle me. This time, I feigned unconsciousness. Once he believed I had passed out, he headed to the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed my dogs and raced to the car. I locked myself in, and this time, he chased after me. It became evident that this wasn't a PTSD episode or sleepwalking episode, it was the behavior of a psychopath. He was awake and coherent, threatening to burn down my house if I didn't come out, attempting to break my car windows. With the doors secured, I dialed the police. He retreated inside, and when the cops arrived, I warned them of his instability. As they entered, he calmly awaited them, offering no resistance, fully aware of his actions. It wasn't until during the trial I found out that there was a knife in my bed when he let go of me and went to the kitchen. Thinking I was passed out, he went to get a butcher's knife and left it on the bed when he chased me out. No one can prove what he was planning, but I'm convinced he was going to stab me to death. He wasn't charged with anything in the end because the DA pulled some fancy lawyer maneuvers and tricked him into walking right into the arms of ICE. As soon as he left the courthouse, I have to say that was satisfying to watch. He was deported and banned from the country. He still tries to contact me on social media by making new accounts to try to get me to help with his appeal to be allowed back. Nope. He still claims he wasn't awake for any of this. I don't know what I believe, but I know I feel a hell of a lot safer with him on the other side of the globe. I've been having a hard time sleeping since then. I kind of brushed everything off and carried on with my life as if none of this ever happened. Thinking about it recently, I realized being attacked in your sleep and coming that close to possibly being a murder victim might cause some lasting psychological damage. I am considering seeking help. I think sharing the story for once might be a healthy first step. My husband had previously dated a beauty queen title holder, and their breakup occurred long before we crossed paths. However, I became his first serious girlfriend post their split, and this revelation triggered a nightmarish period in our lives. The ex, beautiful yet profoundly unstable, seemed convinced he would return to her. As our relationship progressed, the relentless phone calls began. She would incessantly call at all hours, compelling my husband to switch off his phone. The situation escalated when I started experiencing flat tires and noticed random dents on my car. While there was no concrete proof linking these incidents to her, the timing seemed remarkably coincidental. Her tactics evolved into calls where she threatened my husband, asserting that if he didn't provide her with money, she'd involve the police, accusing him of abuse. My husband, concerned about potential damage to his reputation, faced a challenging situation. One night, at a party, she ambushed me as I exited the bathroom. In a slurred voice with a heavy accent, she menacingly uttered, "So, where's your man at? You should keep an eye on your man." The intimidation was palpable, given her towering height of over 6 feet, especially considering I stand at a mere 5'5", and she wore heels, making her an imposing figure at around 6'5". I pretty much just ignored her at this point and walked away, but then she found me. Not really saying anything, she just kept up the pace and walked beside me, sort of bending forward to be more on eye level with me, looking straight at me with really crazy eyes, but walking and grinning really creepily. After that happened, we pretty much stopped going to any kind of events if we had any inkling that she would be there. However, we did attend a funeral for a mutual friend of ours. During the reception, I was talking to a couple that I knew, and she just walked up right beside me and stood with us. She pretty much just stood there as if part of the conversation, not talking, just standing there. And was to our intimate group of 3, she was completely nuts. I didn't want to cause a scene at a funeral, so I walked back to my husband, who had just been talking to the man's widow. That was the final straw. We got a lawyer who sent her a cease and desist. It didn't even faze her. She would then call my husband from private numbers and say, "Hi, it's me," in a sing-song voice like nothing even happened. 3 cease and desist letters later, and she was still calling. We were eventually finally able to get a restraining order against her. I really used to be so intimidated by her. She was tall, blonde, and pretty statuesque, the epitome of a beauty queen. However, as I got to realize who she truly was, I began to realize that she was the ugliest person I had ever met despite her outside appearance. Whenever I see a picture of her, all I see are her mean, cold eyes. I don't see any beauty in her whatsoever. I used to think that beauty pageants were so much more than skin deep, that the contestants were judged for more than just their looks. However, in this case, I was so wrong. I also found out that we were apparently not the only ones who had to file a restraining order against her. We haven't seen her in years since all this happened, although we still, to this day, continuously get these fake Instagram follow requests that we know are her. I know this because she's actually dumb enough to always have herself as a follower or her brother, or she'll follow random people in our lives, like my husband's colleagues or my mom, which is absolutely insane to me. I just don't know why she won't let go already. My husband and I have a baby now, and I'm always vigilant. I honestly don't know what she's capable of. This woman once had the whole world at her feet. She had a platform that would have given her opportunities that the rest of us might never have, but I guess she just wanted money with the minimal amount of work involved. All she ever did was cheat and use people. It's awful. The last I heard, she became an escort, and she apparently lives in a shelter now. Clearly, there are some major mental issues at play here, but I mean, she was a terrible, selfish person long before that. So, crazy beauty queen ex-girlfriend from hell, I really hope you get the help that you need, and that neither my husband nor I ever see you again. Please.
In 1996, I had an experience that remains the worst in my memory. I was part of a team driving with a companion, picking up and scaling our load. Opting for the first shift, I maneuvered through the relentless rain from Detroit, Michigan, heading just shy of St. Louis, Missouri. We switched at a rest area, catching up on our logbooks. Exhausted after a 10-hour night drive in the rain, I couldn't shake off the weariness. A peculiar detail etched in my memory was what John, my driving partner, said before I took over for the night. With a smile, he uttered, "If we get killed, I'll come and haunt you," before zipping up the curtain to get some sleep. After taking over the wheel, I zipped up the curtain and settled in with the movie My Cousin Vinny playing in the background. As I lay in the bunk, the recurring thought was about what I would do if faced with a situation like going over an embankment or a cliff. My strategy, if such an event occurred, was to hit the deck, get as low as possible, and pray. Drifting off to sleep while the movie played, around 45 minutes later, I was abruptly awakened by John urgently exclaiming, "Shit! Hang on!" The truck seemed to be weaving, and I could sense that something was seriously wrong. Reacting swiftly, I hit the floor, praying fervently. Was our truck careening towards a cliff? I couldn't see ahead as the curtain remained securely zipped. Suddenly, the entire truck vibrated violently for a split second. Despite the intense impact, what baffled me was the absence of any loss in forward momentum. We were carrying nearly the full GVW of 80,000 pounds. The sound and sensation of that collision are etched in my memory forever. Following the impact, events unfolded rapidly. It was a blur. Our truck slid on the wet pavement, went airborne in the median, and entered oncoming traffic west of St. Louis, specifically on 55/44, just west of a way station. In the aftermath of colliding head-on with another vehicle, our semi flipped over and now faced eastward. Suddenly, everything fell silent, and I found myself in a state of shock. John checked if I was okay. I mumbled in the affirmative, suggesting that we should leave. I could smell smoke. During the wreck, I had been seated on the passenger's side of the floor. Now, the roof served as an exit on my right. John followed suit, standing on the wet highway in my socks. Amidst the scent of diesel fuel and the barely recognizable smoke emanating from the hood, I struggled to fully awaken, grappling with the shock of the recent events. I recall people rushing to the white pickup truck that we had collided with head-on, armed with fire extinguishers. It felt surreal, as if I were trapped in a dream, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. I remember shivering, blood streaming from my hand and mouth. When I finally gathered myself, the fire had been extinguished. The next memory etched into my mind is of an ambulance attendant consoling someone on the passenger's side of the white truck. I observed her mouthing comforting words, her face exuding compassion. Suddenly, John and I found ourselves in an ambulance, en route to the hospital. Gazing out of the back doors through the windows as we pulled away, I couldn't contain the uncontrollable tears. I tried to fathom the terror experienced by the occupants of the white pickup, witnessing our semi hurtling towards them. Deliberately, I omitted some gruesome details that should never be seen or heard. Upon reaching the hospital, I discovered that all three occupants in the truck hadn't survived, an unfortunate family, a man, his wife, and their 4-year-old daughter. I grappled with the same guilt as the gentleman who mentioned administering CPR to the driver on the ground, as described in a previous comment. Why did I survive such a horrific accident that claimed 3 lives? The memory of that morning, standing amidst the amalgamation of diesel fuel, rain, and smoke, is indelible. Interestingly, that stretch of highway had earned the ominous moniker, Blood Alley, due to its deep grooves, witnessing numerous accidents. Many months later, as I drove through the patched-up section, I couldn't help but wish it had been addressed sooner. Recounting this painful experience after all these years serves as a poignant reminder to dedicate 100% focus to driving, particularly in a world where distractions like texting, eating, and reading behind the wheel abound. For God's sake, never take even a seemingly routine trip for granted. In my late teens, perhaps around 20, I had a close friend named Jody who shared a disturbing story with me. Back in the late 60s, Jody's uncle worked as a long-haul trucker, navigating rigs primarily through the South along back road highways. The incident I'm about to recount took place in Mississippi during one of his late-night hauls. The uncle found himself on a winding, undulating back road enveloped by dense tree coverage on either side. As he negotiated a bend, a group of white men, whom Jody referred to as crackers, appeared on the right side of the road. Just as the uncle pulled almost directly in front of them, these individuals abruptly bent down and callously tossed a prone black man in front of the truck. Jody conveyed that his uncle, caught in a harrowing predicament, couldn't bring the rig to a stop or slow down in time. The right side tires thudded over the black man, triggering a ripple effect as the remaining tires on that side of the tractor and trailer followed suit. Jody narrated how his uncle instinctively reached for the brakes after the traumatic event. However, glancing in his right mirror, he noticed several of the white men brandishing rifles. Realizing the remote and perilous nature of the location, he feared for his life, choosing not to stop. The incident went unreported, and there was no mention of it in any newspapers. The uncle, burdened by the emotional weight and guilt, never traversed that stretch of road again. I was profoundly shocked, feeling a deep sympathy for the black man and harboring a strong disdain for the whites involved. I couldn't fathom the emotional turmoil that Jody's uncle must have carried over the ensuing years. Curious about the uncle's current situation, I inquired about his whereabouts. Jody informed me that he gave up hauling down south shortly after that incident and relocated to an area south of Boston, near where we lived. Jody mentioned an upcoming barbecue, inviting me to join. Eager to connect with someone who had endured a similar traumatic experience, I agreed. The day of the barbecue arrived, with Jody picking me up to join the gathering of family and friends at the uncle's place. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter, beers, and the aroma of burgers sizzling on the grill. Many of the attendees were firefighters, colleagues of Joe, the uncle, who had transitioned to this line of work. They were a robust group of white men, enjoying the sun-drenched afternoon alongside the uncle's family. Jody presented me to his uncle, Joe, mentioning that I had just heard the story of the black man he ran over down south. With a smile, I extended my hand, prepared to share in the somber acknowledgement of the past. Joe looked up at me, and his substantial, robust hand extended for a shake. "Hey, hippie. You need a friggin' haircut, bad," he remarked, noticing my long hair. Joe chuckled, and we exchanged handshakes. While flipping a few burgers and taking swigs of bud, he continued, "Yeah, that friggin' nigger really went thump when I went over him. Whatever he did, and I have no idea if he did anything, he sure got what he had coming. Shoulda seen the look on his face as he flew in front of me. Those damn whites of his eyes poppin' out. That nigger knew what was comin', and he couldn't stop it. Sure was black, that nigger. Only white parts were his teeth and eyes showin' up in the headlights. After I ran him over, I yanked my air horn a couple of times and kept going. No way was I stopping, 'cause that nigger was a meat pancake when my rig was done with him, and I wasn't stopping for no nigger." I froze, not knowing what to do. The scene in my mind's eye of a destroyed body, torn and smashed, turned into pink meat, blood and bones flopping out from behind the truck now fought for my attention with the raw burgers Joe was tossing on the grill. Joe stares at me real hard. Jody shuffled his feet. I left my face frozen in the greeting smile, took a long slug of my bud, then told Joe it was good to meet him and then told Jody we couldn't stay long. Jody agreed. Joe said, "You ain't some nigga lover, are you, hippie? Crying over them poor lazy no good niggers?" His voice carried over to his friends throwing horseshoes. One looked up hard and yelled over, "Hey, Joe, the hippie giving you shit over what happened down south?" Joe said, "Nah," but looked at me like I wasn't welcome. Me, the hippie, judging him over a nigger. Bullshit. Jody got me out of there, saved my ass, likely, and we never spoke of it again for about 5 years or so. About a year afterwards Jody was drafted and sent to Germany while I went my separate way. We got together after Jody was done serving. We had a few nights of catching up and seeing how each had changed and if we liked the other's changes or not. I noticed that Jody had become much more pro-America and vehemently anti the anti-war crowd, of which I was a part. He also developed a heightened interest in black music and adopted slang more commonly used by blacks than whites. Jody had undergone more significant changes than I had. He shared that most of the guys he served with were blacks, and they were good guys. In fact, Jody believed that black people, in general, were good guys. One night, during our conversation, he brought up his Uncle Joe and the incident from down south. Jody expressed, "When I was a kid, I thought my uncle was great, and I hated niggers because that's what people did in my family. When my uncle told my family how he ran over the black guy, we all laughed. Now I hate my uncle. I'm glad he's dead." Curious about Joe's fate, I inquired how he had died. Jody shared, "The idiot went up on his roof using his aluminum ladder to adjust the TV antenna, and the ladder, with him on it, slid over and crossed the power line. Fried his ass. His kid told me Joe was stuck and struggling while his hair caught fire, but he couldn't let go. Joe must have known what was happening and couldn't escape. The kid said his eyes just about popped out of his head." I stared, shaken by the vivid image. Jody continued, "Got just what he deserved. You know, Egan, I always wondered if he could have stopped or swerved to miss that black guy. Maybe it wasn't so close that he had no chance to react. Perhaps the black guy flew out in front, and Joe just kept going." We never spoke of it again, but Jody became militant in his desire to see whites who abused blacks face justice, even if only through Jody justice. Thank you for watching. My goal is reaching 1,000 subscribers. Please support. I've had several unsettling encounters with strangers in my home since I was young. Late at night, an old man would forcefully bang on our door, demanding to see me, forcing me to hide within the confines of the house. On another occasion, a man knocked on our door late at night, brandishing a knife, mistakenly believing our house was my neighbor's. These incidents have made me exceptionally wary of opening the front door to anyone and of being alone in the house, particularly during nighttime. However, one evening stands out as the worst of them all. It was around 6 p.m. in November 2018. Hailing from England, the darkness had already enveloped the outside due to the time of year. Having just returned from work, I settled into my upstairs room, engrossed in watching YouTube on my laptop. My mom informed me from downstairs that she was heading out to pick up my brother from work and would make a stop at the gas station on her way back, so she'd be away for a little while. She asked if I wanted to join, but I declined and continued with my video. As she closed the front door and drove out of the driveway, I, being 17 at the time, felt accustomed to the solitude of being home alone at night. I was no stranger to the eerie ambience it brought. However, about 10 minutes later, I started hearing noises from downstairs. Initially dismissing it, I attributed the sounds to my cat noisily searching for food in an empty bowl. Forgetting he was seated at the end of my bed. Pausing my video, I paid more attention to the banging on my back door. It instantly sent shivers down my spine, followed by the distinct sound of keys dangling. I reassured myself, thinking, "Oh, my mom must have dropped my brother off before heading to the station, and he's just trying to go outside." So, I let the noise persist as I continued watching my video. Despite his occasional bursts of anger, the loud banging wasn't unusual, but it persisted, banging, keys dangling, dropping, then banging again. That's when the fear truly gripped me. I began to doubt it was him. I cautiously left my room and descended the stairs, my senses heightened, carefully attuned to the unsettling noise. It definitely wasn't my brother. As an extremely anxious person, everyone experiences those moments late at night when mysterious sounds evoke the worst fears. I reassured myself that this was just one of those instances. Summoning courage, I walked directly into the kitchen, determined to confront whatever was causing the disturbance. The kitchen door faced the garden, and as I turned the corner, a sudden loud bang and the echo of retreating footsteps startled me. The cat flap had been violently ripped off the door, leaving scattered plastic strewn across the floor. Despite the fear, I attempted to console myself, entertaining the notion that it could be anything other than intruders. Seating myself on the stairs, I dialed my mom's number, hoping to confirm that it wasn't my brother returning home early in a foul mood. However, he answered my mom's phone while still in the car. "Are you home?" I urgently questioned him. Then, my voice quivered with terror as I implored, "Please be serious. Are you home right now?" His response was, "No, what do you want?" Even though he insisted he wasn't, a part of me still clung to the hope that he was merely jesting to frighten me. Yet, he discerned my genuine fear and started to express concern. I conveyed the harrowing events to him. And he erupted, urging me to call the police. Despite not being the protective type, his deep concern was evident. He instructed my mom to hastily return home while summoning the police. Struggling to maintain composure, I provided the authorities with a detailed account of the ongoing situation, all while cowering in my room with the door tightly secured. Soon after, I heard voices and the resumption of doors banging downstairs. They were back. In a state of sheer fear, I sobbed uncontrollably while staying on the line with the dispatcher for what felt like an eternity until my mom, brother, and the police arrived simultaneously. Together, we navigated through the house towards the back door. And the evidence of their intrusion became glaringly apparent. The perpetrators had noticed the keys to the back door in the kitchen, utilized a broom from outside, broke it in half on the door handle, inserted the broom through the cat flap, dislodged the keys, and pulled them through. Fortunately, the stroke of luck worked in our favor, as the broken broom also unintentionally snapped off the door handle, rendering it entirely impossible to open from the outside. Otherwise, they would have gained entry without any hindrance, leaving me unsuspecting in my room. It became evident later that they had been surveilling the house for a while, biding their time until the precise moment they observed my mom's car leaving the driveway. I'm unsure whether they were aware that I was alone, but what I do know is that, following their initial sighting of me and subsequent retreat, they deliberately decided to return. I was working late night in my office, attempting to complete a report due in a few days. To stay energized, I had a cup of tea and was pushing myself to finish the task quickly. Working late was a common occurrence for me due to job demands, and I've always struggled to maintain focus once fatigue starts setting in. While engrossed in my office work, there was a knock at the front door. I got up and glanced down the hallway, puzzled about who might be there at this late hour. Walking to the other end of the house, I peered through the peephole, but there was no one on my porch. Taking a step back, I considered that it might not have been the front door after all. Immersed in my work and on the opposite side of the house, the faint knocking led me to assume it was someone at the door. Despite the uncertainty, I returned to my office and resumed working. Perhaps I should have been more concerned about the source of the knock, but fatigue and the urgency to complete my work took precedence, and it barely crossed my mind. After a few minutes, I remained at the computer, typing away for the better part of an hour. There were no further sounds of knocking, but my exhaustion was intensifying with each passing minute. My productivity dwindled, and my eyes grew heavy. Just as I was contemplating calling it a night, I reached over for my tea. In that moment, I noticed a pair of eyes staring back at me through the window across the room. All I could discern at that instant was that it was a man, but he swiftly retreated from the window as soon as I noticed him. My heart pounded in my chest, and I sat there, my eyes fixed on the window. The unexpected encounter left me almost in a daze. After a moment, I stood up and rushed over to cover the window. I had no idea who that person was or why he was peering into my house, but the fact that it was almost midnight only heightened the terror. I left my office and went to the front of the house, checking the peephole again to see if the person had moved to my front yard, but he was nowhere in sight. Then, I went to a window at the back of the house and surveyed the area, yet there was no one to be seen. Despite the adrenaline coursing through me, I was no longer tired. However, the sudden silence in the house began to unnerve me. Had the man left, or was he still lurking outside? Returning to my office, I grabbed my phone and started heading back to the front door. My plan was to call the police while vigilantly watching the doors and windows. However, as I reached the end of the hallway, a large figure confronted me in the back of the living room. Cloaked in thick clothing to conceal their identity, their eyes were distinct from the ones I had seen in the window. This was someone else. The man wasted no time, charging towards me as I turned and sprinted for my office. I locked the door behind me and pressed my body against it, anticipating their attempts to kick it down. However, as they reached the door, they abruptly halted, standing just outside. I could hear their breathing, followed by pacing back and forth in the hallway. Then, I heard it again, a faint knocking sound on the other side of the house. The man outside the door retraced his steps down the hallway toward the living room. Subsequently, there was silence for a few minutes as I remained pressed against the door, anxiously waiting. I called the police, whispering into my phone and pleading for them to come quickly. After about 5 minutes, I heard the sirens approaching my house. When they unlocked my front door and entered, there were no confrontations. I listened as they moved through the house and eventually reached my door, yet they never encountered either of the men. Even now, I remain uncertain about how the first man gained entry or what the two of them were attempting. I speculate that the knocking served as their means of communication, bridging the gap between inside and outside the house. Yet, this raises questions about the initial knock I heard. The entire ordeal continues to unsettle me, contemplating how long one man had been observing me and how long the other had been inside my house. The situation could have taken a much darker turn for me, and I acknowledge the stroke of luck that spared me. However, it's challenging not to dwell on the possibility of their return, and relying on luck isn't a comforting thought for my safety. Before starting the story, most of you guys who watch me aren't actually subscribed, so if you like the content, please subscribe and hit the bell. This incident took place several years ago when I was living with my ex-boyfriend. We had been in that residence for approximately 1 month when the event transpired. On this particular evening, my ex was out with work colleagues, leaving me home alone. I passed the early evening watching TV and enjoying some takeout. At times, I heard peculiar noises, but each time I tried to concentrate on them to discern their origin, it appeared as though the sounds would cease. As the night progressed, I decided to head upstairs and use a computer for a short while before going to bed. During this period, our phone line had not yet been installed, and I was relying on a pay-as-you-go phone that had run out of credit. This left me with no means to communicate with anyone while I was alone in the house for the night, so, there I sat in the bedroom with only a small table lamp casting a faint glow as I typed away on my laptop. That's when the peculiar noises returned. Starting as a gentle rattling, the sound was so faint that I had to strain to confirm whether it was real or my imagination. I turned off my music, attempting to discern the source of the noise. Heading into our bedroom and glancing down to the front door, I found nobody there. Our small yard, surrounded by a high brick wall and featuring a solid wooden gate, remained shrouded in darkness with no discernible sources of light. Despite my efforts to observe, there was nothing visible at the back either. I sat back down and resumed the music. 10 minutes later, I heard a very eerie screeching sound, reminiscent of metal on metal. It was extremely faint, as if whatever was producing the sound was making a concerted effort to remain quiet. At this point, I was more than a little unnerved. In response, I went into our bedroom to retrieve a heavy iron rod we had found in the back of the built-in wardrobe. I refrained from switching on any lights, not wanting to alert any potential intruder to my presence inside the house. It's crucial to note that I had no means of calling for help, and my concern escalated as I contemplated the possibility of someone being in my house, to get a better view of the alley that the house backed onto. I headed into the bathroom. The office, bedroom, and bathroom formed an L shape around the yard, with the bathroom extending further out. Climbing up onto the ledge, I cautiously inched the window open in an attempt to peer into the alley. Despite my efforts, I couldn't see anything, but the whispering grew louder and seemed to be emanating directly from behind my gate. While I couldn't make out complete sentences, I heard enough to surmise that these individuals had observed us moving in and had noted the presence of valuable equipment such as guitars, computers, my DSLR, TV, game consoles, and more. I speculated that they had seen I was home alone and were waiting for me to go to sleep before attempting to gain access to the house. I remained perched there for what felt like an eternity until what seemed like the loudest thud in the world echoed up to me. Presumably, they grew tired of attempting to be stealthy, and one or both of them were forcefully throwing themselves at my gate, trying to break it down. Witnessing it shudder under the blows, I could only imagine the size and strength of these men. Standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches and weighing around 105 lbs at that point, I was gripped with terror as I watched my gate groan under the stress. Clutching the iron rod tightly, I desperately considered where I could hide from them. Suddenly, a glaring light blinded me initially, and I panicked, dropping out of sight, thinking they were shining a flashlight at the back of the house. But then I heard barking and shouting. Peeking out again, I noticed the house across the alley from us had a floodlight installed, illuminating both their yard, mine, and the alleyway with light. Grumbling and cursing followed, and soon, 2 sets of footsteps hurried down the alley. I remained locked in that bedroom until my ex-boyfriend, inebriated, rolled in at about 4 a.m. I didn't sleep a wink that night. In the morning, when I went into the yard, my gate hung by one hinge, offering easy access from the alley. Scratches covered the keyhole on the back of it, evidence of someone attempting to force the lock. The waking of the house behind us likely prevented a dreadful outcome. And I shudder to think what could have transpired if they hadn't been alerted. His fingers, thick with the greasy residue of the fries he devoured, displayed a sight that mirrored the excess on his face, flaps of fat protruding like tires. From behind the counter, my boss, Mr. Tamara, grumbled, "Stop staring, Roxanne. Who is this guy? Why does he eat like that?" He first showed up about 2 weeks ago, and since then, he's become a daily fixture, every single day, every single meal, eating McDonald's. I recently joined, and this was my first encounter with him. Most of the time, I pitch in around the kitchen. Well, it's not a proper job, working at McDonald's hardly qualifies. But I needed the money, and this was the first opportunity one found. How does he manage to consume so much? He records his eating escapades here and then heads home. I suspect he regurgitates the food once he's back. Later, he uploads these revolting videos on YouTube. EW. Who would willingly watch him eat? I don't know, maybe other psychos like him. Everyone around here refers to him as the hungry man, The following day, while Mr. Tomorrow took a break, I kept an eye on the counter. Writing a check, my pen slipped from my grasp. As I retrieved it, there he was again, the hungry man, fixing his gaze on me. Beads of sweat, mixed with the remnants of his indulgence, trickled down his forehead, highlighting the uneven beard that held bits and pieces of food like a grotesque ornament. What do you need, sir? Oh, whatever you have, 3 Grand Macs and 4 milkshakes please. 3 large fries, too. Please move quickly, I'm starving. Yes, I'll get it right now. He said, keep the change, and placed a $100 bill on the counter. Then, he waited patiently while I went to the back and asked one of my co-workers to get the food. Attempting to rid my lungs of the sickly sweet scent of his breath the entire time. I noticed that he was examining me closely while I waited for his command. I went to his table a few minutes later to place his meal. He had his phone recording himself. I positioned the food in front of him and wished him a pleasant meal. With a smile, the man said, "Say hi to my followers, sweetie," pointing to the camera. "They will adore it." After framing me, he began to record me. Sir, please stop recording. Girls, don't you just adore being famous? If I gave you $100, you would even end up doing my strip show. What the hell did you say? I turned the platter of food and milkshakes over to him. His clothes were covered in ketchup and milk. He stood up and yelled, "Are you nuts? You witch, you ruined my video." I reached for a fork, prepared to chastise him, but Mr. Tamara, my boss, entered. He asked the man to leave and broke up the fight. "I can't believe you're throwing out a customer for this stupid girl." The man did not stop cursing my boss and me. He even kicked 2 chairs on his way out. In an emergency meeting, my supervisor instructed all staff members to notify the police right away if they saw that man inside the McDonald's. Everything went smoothly for the next 2 days, until I received a call one afternoon. "This is McDonald's. Hello. Which order would you like to place?" "This is Officer Brad, give the phone to your boss now." "Oh, what? Don't waste my time, ma'am." I hurried back to the kitchen, where Mr. Tamara was conversing with a chef. "Sir, there's a call for you. It's some police officer." "Mr. Tamara, are you the owner of the place?" "Yeah, officer." "Has anything unfortunate occurred? We discovered circumstantial evidence against your employee, Roxanne. We believe she currently possesses the stolen item, and we need you to conduct a search." "What? What are you suggesting?" "Roxanne couldn't do this. I know her too well. If you don't cooperate with me, I'll have to consider you an accomplice in harboring a potential criminal. Conduct the search now." Mr. Tamara gazed at me with anxious eyes. He beckoned Betsy, a kitchen staff member, and instructed her to escort me to the ladies' room. "What's happening? What did the cops inform you?" "They said they need to search you. They suspect you stole something and have it in your possession." "I didn't steal anything, Mr. Tamara." "The officers are mistaken. Someone might have filed a false complaint." "I'm sorry, Roxanne, I have to follow his instructions." Tears streamed down my face as Betsy led me to the girls' washroom. I had to undress and use a black blanket for cover while they searched through my clothes and underwear. "This is all a mistake. I swear I didn't steal anything." "There's nothing here, boss, officer. We searched. She doesn't have anything." "You must be mistaken. The poor girl is innocent." "Shut up. Tell her to jump up and down. I want to see if she's hiding something." "Tell her now." Mr. Tamara promptly ended the call and dialed 911. The police arrived, and we recounted the entire incident. I couldn't stop crying when the cops revealed it was a prank call. The person who posed as Officer Brad had deceived and scammed me. The most terrible part was when the cops traced the number that called McDonald's. it belonged to that insane YouTuber we had expelled a few days ago. I resigned from my job and severed all connections after that incident. I pray I never encounter any of them again in my life. And to that deceitful, lying, scamming psycho, I hope you suffer the consequences. The narrative you just read is loosely inspired by the distressing story of Louise Ogburn, an 18-year-old who fell prey to a scam while working at a McDonald's in Mount Washington, Kentucky, in 2004. She was coerced into stripping and performing explicit acts on the restaurant's manager during a 3.5-hour ordeal. The mastermind behind the call had pretended to be Officer Scott from the local police department. David Stewart, a father of 5, was accused of orchestrating this bizarre and cruel hoax. He was arrested in October 2006, and a jury found him not guilty due to a lack of evidence. Before starting the story, most of you guys who watch me aren't actually subscribed, so if you like the content, please subscribe and hit the bell. My aversion to McDonald's stems from a particular incident in my childhood, one that has left a lasting impact on my perception. During my middle school years, my mother married a colleague named David after a year of dating, and their decision to tie the knot came as a sudden twist in our lives. Having grown up without knowing my biological father, my mother had single-handedly raised me and my younger sister, Jenny. Despite David's amiable and fun-loving demeanor, I couldn't shake off a sense of discomfort about him becoming a part of our family. His innocent facade successfully charmed my mom and Jenny, but I harbored a persistent suspicion that there was a darker side to him, something malevolent lurking beneath the surface. Following a modest wedding ceremony, David officially became part of our family. While Jenny quickly warmed up to him, I remained cautious, observing his every move, searching for any potential red flags. One day, as I played in the backyard, he approached me with a friendly overture. "What's up, Alex? Can I play with you?" I responded with silence, choosing to observe quietly. "Look, Alex, I know you don't see me as your father, but we can be friends. You gotta give me a chance, man." Feeling a twinge of guilt for my initial resistance, I reluctantly agreed. "Okay, we can be friends, great. How about we go to lunch today? Mom has to go to work, so you, me, and Jenny. It'll be fun." "Okay, let's go." My mom wore a relieved smile upon learning of my willingness to join David for lunch, hoping that perhaps our relationship was finally taking a positive turn. David took us to the mall, showering us with toys and a visit to the gaming section. That afternoon, Jenny and I had a blast. However, when it was time for lunch, he took us to McDonald's. We indulged in burgers with heaps of fries and returned home. From that day forward, it seemed that whenever we ordered food or dined out, David's default choice was always McDonald's. As time passed, this preference started feeling strangely obsessive. He began incorporating McDonald's into our daily routines: sausages and muffins for breakfast, a bacon double cheeseburger for lunch, and his cherished Big Mac and fries on most weekends. While he clearly relished the meals, his eating habits became unsettling. Watching him devour a burger, he seemed to do more than just eat with his mouth. His hungry eyes fixated on us, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Eventually, we reached a point where we couldn't tolerate this McDonald's fixation any longer. The sight of a McDonald's burger became unbearable. Reluctantly, we started avoiding the fast food chain. However, David did not take our change in preference well. His demeanor shifted dramatically, as if we had betrayed him in some unfathomable way. One night, my mom suggested ordering food from a local Chinese restaurant, provoking an unexpected outburst from David. "But why not McDonald's? We all eat from McDonald's, David. We've had our fair share of McDonald's. The kids want to try something else now." "Yeah, right. Why don't you be honest with me?" "Honest about what?" "That they are sick and tired of their stepdad, and you all don't want to eat with me anymore." You all want to kick me out of this family, right?" In a fit of anger, he stormed out in his car, remaining unreachable for 2 days. Despite my mom's attempts to reach him, David stayed silent. When he returned on a Saturday evening, he appeared disheveled and wicked, as if sleep had eluded him for an extended period. Bringing McDonald's burgers and fries, he ate alone at the kitchen table, casting that same creepy stare upon us. We had dinner and retired to our rooms. David slept on the living room couch, and my mom, exhausted, postponed addressing his odd behavior until the morning. Jenny and I slept in the large bedroom beside the living room. The door creaked open at an indistinct hour, allowing a sliver of light from the hallway to reveal a figure standing near our door. In the dim light, I recognized the silhouette as Ronald McDonald. He silently approached Jenny's bed and, with startling strength, shook her violently, chanting, "I'm loving it." Terrified, my sister screamed, and I quickly turned on the lights. To my astonishment, the figure was David, dressed as Ronald McDonald, seemingly unperturbed by my presence. He continued shouting, "I'm loving it, let go of my sister, you freak." My mom rushed downstairs, alarmed by our screams. Standing in the doorway, she demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" He abruptly released my sister and sprinted towards the large glass window in our room. Shattering the glass, David fell onto the hard ground. Despite the ground floor, broken glass pierced his face, creating a bloody spectacle. Outside the window, he stared back at us. Jenny and I clung to our mom, sobbing in fear. The sight shocked her, and she couldn't comprehend what she had witnessed. With an unsettling grin, David said, "How can you not love McDonald's?" "Because I am definitely loving it." He then fled, laughing like a deranged psycho. My mom promptly filed a restraining order against him. It took months for my sister to overcome the trauma, and we eventually moved forward. My mom filed for divorce, and since then, she hasn't dated anyone else. Deep down, she believes that the ordeal unfolded because she introduced David into the family. I have no idea where David is now, nor do I wish to know. If you're watching this, David, I dare you to come near us again. I am more than capable of delivering the final lesson I couldn't last time. FBI start to keeping records. An estimated 1,600 individuals have disappeared without a trace in the expansive wilds and rugged mountains of North America. Among them, James Townsend stands as a testament, claiming an intimate understanding of what occurred, asserting that he narrowly escaped joining the ranks of the vanished. The account he relayed to his family post the harrowing incident remains chilling, to say the least. James referred to his encounter as the "way to gay," aligning its description with narratives passed down by local Native American tribes. Way to gay, translated as the man-eating creature, differed starkly from the ancient Native American depictions. According to James, these entities have progressively heightened their intelligence over the past century, rendering them more perilous to humanity. They've mastered the art of evading human detection, a skill amplifying the frequency of disappearances, escalating at an alarming rate each passing year. This is his narrative. For centuries, individuals have vanished worldwide, but our documented records in North America span merely the last 50 years or so, particularly concerning those who venture into the wilds or mountains and never return. I'm alluding to complete disappearances, leaving not a shred of evidence behind to unravel their fate. Consequently, the actual count of the vanished remains an enigma. It might well exceed the track numbers, a chilling prospect that's more than probable. It was the year 1962, and I was merely 17 years old at the time, born and raised in Quinn, South Dakota, in close proximity to the Badlands. Ours was a life steeped in poverty, the kind that meant a perpetual absence of food in our home. Consequently, my father sent me out every weekend to scavenge for sustenance. That particular Saturday in July remains etched in my memory. It was scorching, the whole summer ablaze with a heat surpassing previous years. We lacked a fan or a swamp cooler, enduring the season drenched in sweat, relying on copious amounts of water to endure each day. My scavenging trips always involved carrying a jug of water and a few essentials for lunch, if any were available. On that day, I grabbed my water and meager provisions, setting off for the Badlands, a grueling 12-mile journey where I sought sustenance. To return before supper time, I routinely woke at 5 a.m. The journey along the dark dirt road leading into the Badlands felt unusually quiet that morning. Occasionally, kind-hearted individuals passing by would offer aid, recognizing our impoverished state, providing food or spare change for a meal. However, that morning, not a soul traversed the path. An unsettling silence draped the surroundings, as if the world had vacated. It was an eerie sensation, unparalleled then and since. In the Badlands, I scoured the terrain as was my routine, searching for wild-growing vegetation, small game, or occasionally fresh roadkill for sustenance. Most of the day elapsed fruitlessly, yielding scarce findings. However, dusk heralded a sharp turn for the worse. As I retraced my steps homeward, navigating the familiar trail while the sun dipped over the horizon, an abrupt and piercing jolt lanced through my lower back. I stumbled forward, collapsing onto my knees. Glancing down, I witnessed a long, black, glistening claw protruding from my abdomen, puncturing through my shirt. Before I could comprehend the assailant, a swift blow to my face rendered me unconscious. The next thing I remember, I was being dragged along the ground by my leg. I tried getting a look at that thing that was dragging me, but my eyes were full of blood and everything was a blur. I tried wiping the blood from my eyes, but to no avail. By this time, it had gotten dark. So even if my eyes weren't filled with blood, I doubt I could have seen a thing that was dragging me. I'm not sure how long I was dragged along the ground, but my guess was about an hour or two. As it dragged me along the ground, my mind was screaming to fight back and free myself, but my body wouldn't obey my commands. My body was limp. After what seemed like forever, I suddenly felt it get colder and noticed it had gotten significantly darker. To me, this meant we entered a cave or cavern. The thing dragged me a little further before coming to an abrupt stop and letting go of my leg. I noticed there was a small fire not too far from me. I tried moving again, but my body wouldn't obey my commands. My mind worked fine, which made me wonder if I'd been drugged with something that stopped my muscles from working. As I laid there, wondering what was going to happen next, the smell of rotting flesh hit my nose, and I started dry heaving. The left side of my body hurt like hell as I dry heaved and remembered getting stabbed in the lower back and the claw protruding from my stomach. I blacked out a few minutes later and started having the most frightening dreams I've ever had. I was sitting next to a campfire, watching myself from across the fire being hung upside down and skinned alive by some type of beast I could never have imagined. The thing was using a crudely made knife as it removed the skin from my body. I watched myself scream over and over in pain as life slipped away from my body. I noticed in my dream there were multiple other bodies around the campfire that were removed of their skins as well. I'm not sure how long I slept, but I was awoken to the sound of loud commotion. I could now move my head slightly and could see out of my blurry eyes just enough to make out two dark figures that appeared to be fighting with each other. The fight went on for several minutes when suddenly, one fell to the ground in a heap, and the other grasped its neck and started thrashing around in a violent manner like it was badly wounded. All I could think about as the tears streamed down my face was that I was next. I laid there for what seemed like an eternity before I finally started getting some movement back in my limbs. When I could finally move enough to sit up, I made sure I sat up very slowly and quietly. The fire had gone out, so it was very dark, and I wasn't sure if there were any more things around me. I decided I needed to remain still until sunrise, and hopefully, it'd light up enough wherever I was at. Sitting there, waiting for the sun to rise, were the longest hours of my life. That's when I was the most frightened, the uncertainty. When sunrise finally came, what I'd hoped for happened. It lit the cave just enough to be able to see. Unfortunately, my eyes were still somewhat blurry. As I stood up to leave, I looked around and could see the two dark figures lying on the ground, along with several other bodies. I assumed the other bodies were what was giving off the smell of rotting flesh. I tried being as quiet as I could as I stumbled out of the cave, but I knew I had to hurry as fast as I could in case there were, in fact, more things in the cave. When I made it out of the cave, I took each step carefully, as I didn't know how high I was, and I didn't want to fall off a cliff or tumble down a steep mountain. I felt my way along as best I could, being I could only make out shapes but not any detail. I walked for hours and hours, going over several mountains and crossing several rivers before finally coming to a dirt road. Once I hit the dirt road, I literally laid down in the middle of it and passed out from exhaustion. The next thing I remember was waking up in a hospital, surrounded by several nurses and 2 doctors, and my eyesight was clear again. They were talking to me, trying to wake me up. The first thing they asked me when I became coherent was what my name was. So I told them. They then asked me what I was doing before being found on the dirt road and how I got the massive wound in my lower back that went straight through me. They said I was very lucky, as I barely missed my kidney and stomach. I hesitated for a minute, deciding whether or not I should divulge the entire truth of what happened to me. In those seconds, I decided it was best to keep it to myself. So, I told them I was out scavenging for food and had gotten lost and found a log, and a branch from the log impelled me. What shocked me the most was when they told me where I was. I was in White Clay, which is a city in Nebraska about 50 miles from the Badlands, from where I last was. They told me I'd been found in the Nebraska National Forest, which is about 17 miles from the Badlands. After hearing that, my ears started ringing from shock, and I tuned everyone out. I couldn't believe I'd ended up so far away from where I'd started. The hospital eventually got a hold of my parents, who had to hitch a ride from a friend to come pick me up, being my parents didn't have a car at the time. Of course, the first thing they asked me was what happened. Again, I lied to them. At the time, I wasn't ready to tell anyone the truth yet. I wasn't even sure of what happened, and I wanted to get everything clear in my head before I breathed a word of it to anyone. It took a few weeks before everything went back to normal, and I decided to tell my parents the truth of what happened. I'm not even sure to this day if they believe me, but I don't really care. Over time, the story of what happened to me spread around our town. A year later, a Native American tribal leader from one of the local Lakota tribes I'd always seen around town came up to me and said he wanted to speak to me about what had happened. I agreed, so he took me to the local diner, bought me lunch, and had me tell the story. He sat there intently listening, never looking shocked or surprised, as I laid out the entire story in detail. It wasn't until the end and what he told me that scared the hell out of me. He said, "Young man, you're very lucky to be alive. What stabbed you from behind and dragged you to that cave was what we call the Way-to-Gay. It means, man-eating creature. They've been around for a long time. Stories of them taking young people from our tribes and eating them have been passed down from generation to generation. As time goes on, they seem to get smarter. I don't care if no one else believes you. I do, and so do my people." He then paid for my lunch, got up, and left without saying another word. I never ventured back into the Badlands after that experience and don't think I ever will. For more scary horror stories, please subscribe. It was a sleepy Wednesday and Thursday afternoon. The vast expanse of the IKEA store felt endless as I stifled a yawn. That's when a teenaged boy strolled in, sporting a purple hoodie and black joggers. His hair, meticulously parted down the center, added a certain eeriness to his sharp features. It seemed like he'd used an excess of gel, causing his head to shimmer like finely polished silk. Despite my 3 months at IKEA, this was the first glimpse I'd caught of this boy. He came to an abrupt halt, dead center in the store, scanning the area as if on a quest. I yearned to offer assistance, but our manager enforced a strict policy against intervening with customers until they solicited help. Thus, I patiently awaited his approach. After a few minutes of his stationary stance, he finally locked eyes with me. An eerie, uninterrupted gaze followed. I called out to him while rooted behind the counter. Can I help you?" He gestured towards a corner and inquired, "There was a red high-back chair here last night. Where is it?" So, he'd been here previously. Given my daytime shift, it wasn't surprising that I hadn't crossed paths with him before. Politely, I responded, "The armchairs and chase lounges collection has been shifted to the business place section. So, you go straight, take a left, and you'll find it there." Anticipating his search, I was taken aback when he grew visibly agitated. Posing an unusual query, "But why did you move him?" His personification of a lounge chair left me dumbfounded. Sorry, but we're remodeling this place." Hence, the store manager decided to arrange it for his convenience. He doesn't like that stupid people. Without waiting for a reply, he stormed off to the business section, searching for his high-back chair. I was left utterly astounded by his peculiar behavior. What the heck was wrong with this kid? I remained stationed at the counter, half expecting him to return, perhaps summoning me to process the billing for his beloved chair. However, after half an hour, he departed the store without a word. Engaged with another customer, I couldn't inquire about his purpose for visiting. A sense of curiosity enveloped me. What could be so extraordinary about that ordinary high-back chair? During my break, I revisited the spot. The chair stood innocuously in the corner, indistinguishable from the other furnishings. No trace or clue revealed what the boy had done when he sought it this afternoon. Determined for answers, I turned to the store's security footage. Carl, our vigilant store security, was engrossed in watching amusing videos in the CCTV room when I arrived and requested to view the afternoon's footage. He played the segment where the boy walked towards the business area. As he neared the high-back chair, he did the unexpected, he hugged it. Yes, I'm not fabricating this. The adolescent hugged a chair as if it were a living being. Throughout his stay, he conversed with that chair. It was utterly disconcerting to witness. He laughed, made comical faces, treating the chair as if it were human. At one point, he even glared at the camera, wearing the same furious expression. His demeanor suggested that being recorded while conversing with a chair agitated him. What on earth was wrong with him? I couldn't fathom. That night, sleep eluded me. The boy's enigmatic nature and senseless actions haunted my thoughts. I was resolved that if he returned, would clandestinely tail him. The next day, I headed back from my lunch break. Carl hurried to me and said, "The boy's back." Without hesitation, I headed to the business section, right where the high-back chair stood. I pretended to tidy up a nearby area, hoping to overhear him. Surprisingly, he was so engrossed in his one-sided conversation that he barely acknowledged my presence. Seated on the floor, his monologue was unsettling. "Believe me, I know, she's no. Excuse me, but why did she keep? Can't they see who is? I do, I miss you. I'm saving up so I can take you home. I won't let you stay here longer." Yeah, it was fun to hit him with that rock, but he said you died. You're not dead, you can't die. I won't let you. I will fight everyone who will say things like that about you. Accidentally, I knocked the mop against the wooden table, catching his attention. His bloodshot eyes seemed poised to attack me for eavesdropping. Feeling awkward, I swiftly walked away, unable to hear the rest of his conversation. As he left the store, he shot me a deathly glare. What was he talking about? Did he believe the chair was his dad? But why such an unusual way of coping with grief, especially after losing his dad? I trailed him in secret. He reached a small two-story house, and as he entered, I followed suit. I knew it wasn't my place, but concern for the young man prevailed. Summoning my courage, I rang the doorbell. Instead of him, a woman in her late 40s answered. Her swollen eyes spoke volumes of her distress. You don't know me, ma'am, but there's something I need to tell you. The boy who lives here is... He's your son? Yes, but why? Did he do something? I disclosed everything. Instantly, she dissolved into tears, revealing the other side of the story. The boy, Jason, lost his father to a heart attack just 5 days ago. They were watching TV after dinner when his father, seated in his favorite high-back red chair near the fireplace, passed away. Since then, Jason had developed this unsettling habit of conversing with the chair, as if his dad still occupied it. They sought psychiatric help, which advised disposing of the chair. Yet, once removed, Jason's condition worsened. He began scouring for a similar high-back chair, conversing with it as if it were his father. Understanding why he sought solace in that chair at IKEA every day dawned on me. I felt powerless to aid the distraught boy. Days later, Jason returned to the store. I refrained from disturbing him, allowing him his space. Unfortunately, the story took a tragic turn. During my sick leave, Jason returned to the store, sat on the chair, and took his own life. The grief of losing his father unexpectedly proved unbearable. I continue working at the store, where the manager promptly disposed of the chair after the incident. Whenever possible, I visit Jason's mother, now left alone in this world. I pray that wherever Jason is, he's finally reunited with his dad. May their souls rest in peace. Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the video. If so, please leave a like, and also a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed. If you want to support this channel and make this channel reach the 1000 mark, please consider subscribing, it's free. Ever heard of the SCP Foundation? You know, that fictional universe where they supposedly imprison monsters and strange entities. If you have, how would you react if I told you it might be real? Honestly, I'm not sure if it exists, but after what I experienced one Friday afternoon at IKEA, I can't dismiss these tales as mere internet stories. Some part of it has to hold truth. It all started years ago when I was young and oblivious to SCP conspiracies, monsters, or the internet. On that day, my parents brought me to IKEA, and let's be honest, I was incredibly bored. While they were occupied choosing a couch, I roamed around aimlessly. Something peculiar caught my eye. I stumbled upon an aisle that seemed to stretch infinitely. Furniture filled the space, but no one else was around. Intrigued, I ventured further, the exit slowly fading from view. How long did this hallway go on for? I had to find out. Ace, what are you doing here? I told you not to wander off while Mom and Dad shop. I'm sorry, Mom. Do you realize what could happen if you get lost? You could bump into a bad man or even a monster. Would you rather be with a monster or with Mom and Dad? No, Mom, I'm sorry. I knew monsters weren't real, but I nodded anyway. My mom started walking with me toward my dad, but my curiosity pulled me back. I gradually slowed down until my mom passed me, and at that moment, I seized the chance to turn around. As soon as I saw my mom a little further away, I sprinted as fast as I could. I was back on track. After a few moments, I grew weary and halted. I expected my mother to be behind me, hands on her hips, peeved, as she usually was. Yet, there was no one there. I glanced back, unable to spot IKEA's entrance or my parents, customers, or store staff. Nothing. I was somewhat bewildered but continued forward, hoping to discover another exit. I trudged on, occasionally sprinting. How many minutes passed? How could this place be so vast? I panted harder, growing increasingly anxious. I was in a harmless, well-lit, safe IKEA, yet something felt off. It was as if a part of me sensed danger lurking. Just as I felt on the verge of tears, a strange sense of calmness and hope washed over me. I glimpsed an IKEA employee with their back turned, merely standing there, eyeing some appliances. "Sir, I think I'm lost." The man had no face. Terrified, I began stepping backward, but he kept pace with me, moving slowly. I ran as fast as I could, thinking I'd lost him several times, yet he was always there in the distance, walking with an eerie calmness. That terrified me. Time passed, and he edged closer and closer to me. Was he gaining pace? No, I was growing tired, exhausted, and filled with dread. I collapsed on the ground. The faceless figure clothed in IKEA's attire stood before me. Yet he did nothing. He simply stood there, watching me without reacting. "It won't harm you, kid. It's still daytime. They only attack at night." Who are you? You're lost, aren't you? This place isn't for children. I've been here for months, and I haven't found my way out. But I believe I'm close. It must be around here somewhere. There are many people like us. Follow me, but I don't want to be here. I want to be with my mom and dad. Mommy and daddy aren't here. Child, come with me, or you'll die. Laughs. Attention, last customers, please head to the cashier area. Our business hours are now closed. I have to leave. I'm sorry, kid. You'd have been a nuisance anyway. Sir, this area is for employees only. I'll need to ask you to leave. It was another faceless IKEA employee, identical to the previous one but different. More aggressive, with a terrifying, dry voice, yet no mouth. What was he talking about? "Oh, you troublemaker, you've brought them." The teenager attempted to strike the IKEA employee, but it was futile. In an instant, with a mere flick of the hand, the creature snapped the teenager's neck, and the lifeless body fell to the ground. I couldn't witness the scene, for the creature, along with two others, appeared and fixed their gazes on me. "I'm sorry, sir. This isn't customer service hours. Come with us, we must escort you to the exit." As I uttered these words, the trio advanced toward me, but not like the first one. This time, they moved swiftly, as if running. Their distorted faces seemed to shift constantly. Their veiny, rigid hands ready to grab me and do what they did to the teenager. I dashed as fast as I could. I turned around repeatedly, hoping to lose them, but nothing worked. I spun around so many times that I had no idea where they were. I hid behind an oven and saw some men passing by. I thought I'd lost them. As I observed, something caught my eye. There were only two of them. Where was the third? "Sir, your presence here violates our work rules. This area is off limits." The man hadn't finished his attack. He charged toward me at high speed. Crying, I searched for something to defend myself, but there was nothing. "Mom. Dad. I'm sorry." When the man was mere steps away, I realized there was a door behind me, concealed by the appliances. With the last ounce of strength, I flung the door open and stepped inside. It was the exit. Suddenly, I found myself outside IKEA, surrounded by people walking and cops nearby. Hey, I found him. He's here. Everything happened in a flash. Suddenly, several policemen were upon me, grabbing me. They led me to my parents, who hurried over. Amid tears and scolding, my parents said many things, but I don't recall anything. I just drifted off, and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with a broken arm. For years, I remained silent, avoiding any investigation into the matter. When I grew older, I was urged to delve into it, and to my astonishment, I wasn't the only one who had experienced such events. Apparently, there was a fictional foundation investigating these anomalies, and the IKEA was known as SCP-3008. It might have troubled me deeply when I was young, but truthfully, I no longer care. Whenever I recollect what I endured that day, I prefer nobody believes me or asks about it. I will never step foot in IKEA again in my life. I had a Domino's delivery for Matthew, I said, looking at him. He stared at me with very wide open eyes, and I noticed that he looked very similar to the way the other man looked, sleep-deprived and drunk. It took him a few seconds to respond. Yeah, of course. Thank you, he said quietly, reaching out for the pizza. I handed it to him, and he looked at me like he was going to say something else, but he didn't. He just continued with his dull look. I then turned around and saw a guy in a hood jogging down the sidewalk just 2 houses away, but he was looking right at us. I quickly went back to my car, and the man at the door stepped out onto the porch like he was going to follow me. I got in and started backing out, but the guy in the hood went right behind my car to block me from leaving. The other one then started running toward me, and in the heat of the moment, I just stepped on the pedal to go in reverse. The guy behind the car jumped out of the way at the last second, and both of them started yelling and chasing my car onto the road. In the streetlight, it became clear that the man in the hood was the guy who came into the pizza shop. With them still running at the front of my car, though, I had to reverse dangerously fast down the street until I could safely make a 3-point turn and get away. I called the cops, and within the hour, both men were arrested for attempted robbery. Their plan was clearly made while drunk because they thought that by ordering at the shop, we somehow wouldn't think it was them since it was a delivery order, even though we had their name and address. It really made no sense, but according to the record, they had pulled multiple robberies before, and one of them resulted in the victim getting beaten up in a parking lot for no reason. 2 drunk guys running at me with bad intentions could have escalated into something horrible, but I was glad to have gotten away without any harm, and thankfully, they won't be able to do this to anyone else. I've got a Domino's delivery for Matthew, I mentioned. The man, sporting wide-open eyes, bore a striking resemblance to the other sleep-deprived, possibly drunk individual. He took a moment to respond. Yeah, of course. Thank you, he mumbled, reaching for the pizza. Handing it over, I noticed he seemed on the brink of saying something more but continued with his blank expression. As I turned, a hooded figure jogged down the sidewalk a couple of houses away, his gaze fixed on us. I hurried back to my car. The man at the door stepped onto the porch as if he wanted to follow. I started backing out, but the guy in the hood positioned himself behind my car to block me. The other one charged toward me. In the heat of the moment, I reversed rapidly down the street until I could safely turn and flee. I dialed the cops, and within an hour, both men were arrested for attempted robbery. They'd concocted their plan while drunk, assuming that ordering at the shop would throw us off their trail, despite having their name and address. Their actions made little sense, but their record revealed multiple robberies, one even involving a victim getting beaten in a parking lot for no reason. 2 intoxicated guys with ill intentions running at me could have ended terribly, but I was fortunate to escape unscathed. Thankfully, they won't get the chance to try this on anyone else. I registered for DoorDash to test if it lived up to its advertised promises. It took a whole month to finally push myself into my first delivery. After that, I started doing a couple of deliveries a day and was quite content with the results. A few months later, I quit my grocery job and began dashing every day after school and even most weekends. One night, I was working extra late due to the holiday weekend. I was behind the wheel from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., mainly shuttling back and forth from the 24/7 McDonald's. A little past 2, I picked up another McDonald's order and set off to deliver it. The drop-off location was some sort of warehouse, and the notes instructed delivery through the side doors and drop-off at the front desk. Arriving there, I pulled into a vast, mostly empty parking lot, hosting only a few semi-trucks. The building, an old warehouse, was a large rectangle with a few windows and a single front door. Confirming the delivery through the side door, I parked. The side door, one of those heavy metal ones with a small glass window, was tough to see through due to my car's headlights creating a glare. Peering through that tiny window, all I spotted was a small, dark entrance room. As I pushed the door open, the darkness hit me instantly. There was only a dim wall light in the corner, serving more as a safety light. With no front desk in sight, I ventured around the corner and found myself at the end of a long, unlit corridor. I knew most places with night shift workers didn't keep unnecessary lights on, but this felt excessive. I couldn't even see the end of the hallway, so walking down there meant stepping into complete darkness. I pulled out my phone and checked for the third time if I had gone to the wrong place or entered through the wrong door. Everything seemed right, but there was no way I was venturing down that hallway. The more I pondered, the more I realized how eerily silent the whole building was. No machinery sounds or people chatting, just absolute silence. I decided to call the customer. I found their name and dialed the number. Moments later, a phone rang, echoing from the other end of the hallway. After a pause, it rang again, closer and louder. I gazed into the empty corridor, barely able to discern the faint glow of someone's phone. "Hey, I got an order here from DoorDash. I'm gonna leave it right here for you," I said, placing the bag down. A large figure emerged from the dark corridor, but they remained silent. I hesitated for a moment, feeling unsettled by their fast, wordless approach. It felt like someone might jump out from behind at any moment. Without thinking twice, I turned around and hurried back to my car. A few moments before I pulled away, I noticed some movement behind the small glass window on the door. The whole incident sent chills down my spine, prompting me to call it a night and head straight home. In the end, I chose to believe it was just a strange situation, but nothing actually occurred. A couple of days passed, and on Monday evening while I was driving, I received a strange call. It was from the police department. They questioned why I was at that specific warehouse at 2:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. They had security footage of my car arriving. After explaining I was a DoorDash driver and providing proof with the delivery receipt, they explained the situation. Workers returned from their holiday weekend to find a DoorDash delivery left in the middle of the hallway. Someone had broken in and placed an order using a fake account, which was scary enough. What made it even creepier was that they didn't take the bag of food. It was clear they were after something else. I don't know what they were seeking from me, but I can only assume that had I stayed and waited for the man, something terrible might have happened. I used to work for my best friend's parents at their restaurant. I did deliveries for them and would sometimes help clean tables. The job itself was fine, but it felt very uncomfortable to have my friend's parents as my bosses. I thought it wouldn't be too bad after a while, but it just never got better. They hated it every time something didn't go exactly as planned, and they also scheduled me and my friend on opposite days, so it didn't even feel like we worked together, which was the whole point of me taking the job. This happened during my third and final month working there. It was a regular night to start, getting a few quick deliveries, but it really slowed down toward the back half of the night. My friend's dad hated it when it was slow because I'd be standing around waiting for orders, and he'd always be grumpy about it, even though it wasn't my fault. Around 8:30, which was an hour since my last delivery and 30 minutes until the end of my shift, he picked up a phone call, and I overheard him say that we could deliver afterward. He made the food and handed me the bag to deliver, but when I searched the address up, it was 40 minutes away. Of course, I complained because by then, my shift was over in 15 minutes, and this delivery would take nearly an hour and a half. He didn't care. I could tell he was just upset about me waiting around, which, again, was not my fault. But after a brief argument, I did as he said. 40 minutes was pretty far away for our small town, so I had no idea where this address was. By the time I was 2 minutes away, it was just before 10 p.m. There were no houses nearby from what I could see until the last minute of the drive when it had me turn down a small street that led to a row of maybe 6 houses. They all looked old and outdated, and they were the only houses I'd seen in the last 5 minutes of driving. I slowly passed by each house and looked at their numbers until I found the right one. Then, I parked on the street right next to the driveway. I'm not gonna lie, this place gave me some spooky vibes. It was so far from everything, and the houses themselves were just old and creepy. I got out and brought the bag up to the doorstep, then rang the doorbell. Nobody came to the door, so I tried knocking. It was late, and I wanted to get this over with, so I was getting impatient as I waited. I looked around, and the street had no cars on it or in any of the driveways. None of the actual lights were on inside any of the houses. I carried the bag back to my car and called the customer's cell. They didn't pick up, so I just sat in my car and tried to think of what to do next. They hadn't paid for the food yet, so I couldn't just leave it on their doorstep. Then I saw a light move around inside the house. I got out and saw the light move through the downstairs windows and over to the front door. Then it turned off. A second later, the door opened. There was a young man, early 20s, standing in the doorway, holding a large flashlight in one hand and a grocery bag in the other. I walked up and asked if he had ordered the food. He nodded and apologized for taking so long to answer the door. I said it was all right and tried to hand him the bag, but he just held up both of his hands to show me they were full. Then he asked if I'd kindly put the food on the kitchen table for him. I wasn't sure if he was joking or not at first because he easily could have just put the flashlight or grocery bag down for a second. But then I realized he was serious. I peeked around him, and from the short entryway, I could tell that there was something off about this place. It was dusty all over, and it looked empty. Once I saw that and thought about the flashlight being used instead of the regular house lights, I was almost sure that this place was a vacant house. The man was still looking at me and waiting for a response. "Sorry, I'm actually in a rush. If you could just pay really quick, then I'll leave the bag right here on your porch," I said. He didn't like that answer, and he showed it with his face. He sat down the grocery bag and took one step out of the doorway and onto the porch. I backed up, so as to not be too close to him. There was something in his eyes that told me he was about to do something, and I wasn't going to wait for whatever that was to happen. I dropped the bag and sprinted for my car, driving away as the man watched me intently from the porch. I was shaking for most of the drive back, unsure of what could have just happened. Of course, though, when I told my friend's dad about what happened, all he seemed to care about was that I didn't make the man pay. For that reason, I just quit right there on the spot. I knew my friend would be upset, but I'd had enough of his parents being dissed to me for doing nothing wrong. After that, I was pretty heated and was thinking more about that than I was about the man who lured me to a vacant house and likely tried to rob me or even worse. Being so distracted, I never called the police, not until it was too late anyway. Thankfully, I wasn't dumb enough to go inside the house, though, because if I had, I probably never would have returned from that delivery. Jennifer Martin has told the same exact story to authorities and others for 36 years, never deviating from it. Recently, she told her story again to an Albuquerque high school student who is compiling scary stories for his high school paper for Halloween. The student recorded her story, then transcribed it. This is a story as transcribed by the student. The story I'm about to tell you is exactly as it happened. I know what I saw. It was March 11, 1986, back in Socorro, New Mexico. To this day, I remember almost every detail from that night, the sounds, the smells, the images in my head. Even though I was only 13 years old at the time, my father and I were coming back from my school, having just attended a play I was involved in. My mother died when I was a baby, so it was just my father and me. He was hardworking, having been a mechanic for most of his life. He was a good man and did the best he could raising me by himself after my mother died. It really affected him to the point I don't think he ever wanted to date another woman. He loved my mother that much. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cry. It makes me emotional when I talk about this. It hurts to talk about it, but I want people to know the truth of what happened. I apologize. Back to the events that took place that night, the only thing I've ever been unsure of was the exact time it all started. It was just starting to get dark but still light enough to see. When it all started, it was March, so it must have been around 8 o'clock. Back then, Socorro was pretty much desolate. Not a lot of people were living there at the time. It was one of those towns where everyone knew everyone. The drive from my school to our home was mostly desert, so you could see for miles in any direction. As we were driving, having a conversation about what to eat for dinner, I'll never forget, my father was speaking, then suddenly he stopped and was looking to his right. The expression on his face was like he'd seen something that shook his core. This frightened me because never in my life had I seen my father scared of anything. I grew up thinking he was the bravest man alive, so my body immediately shook all over from fear. I slowly turned my head to see what he was looking at and saw the strangest thing I'd ever seen. It was a little girl off in the distance. She was slowly walking away from the road with her back turned to us. Judging by her size, she was perhaps 6 or 7 years old. She had an old dress on, and her hair was a mess. My first thought was she was homeless. My father then said under his breath, but loud enough for me to hear, "What the hell is going on?" No sooner had he said that, he slowly started pulling the truck over to the side of the road. He looked over at me and asked, "What should we do, Bug?" Bug was the nickname he gave me and what he's called me since I could remember. I looked at him and said, "I'm not sure, Dad. I don't have a good feeling about this. Something doesn't feel right to me." "I know what you mean. I'm getting a weird feeling too. I don't want to just leave her here if she's lost or something bad has happened to her," he responded. "Maybe we should go tell Sheriff Dixon and have him come take a look," I said. "Yeah, that's a good idea, but what if she keeps wandering through the desert before they can get here? It's a 20-minute drive to the sheriff's station from here, then another 20 minutes for them to get back here. She could be long gone by then." "She's just a little kid," replied my dad. "I know, Dad, but I'm getting a bad feeling in my stomach about this," I responded. No sooner had I expressed my feelings, my dad turned off the truck, started slowly getting out, shut the door, and started walking towards the little girl in the desert. He was always stubborn, and I knew once he had his mind made up on something, there was nothing I could say to change it. I got out of the truck also, but just stood by the door deciding whether or not I should follow him. I tried moving, but I was frozen with fear. I stood there anxiously watching him as he walked out to the girl. The bad feeling in my stomach got stronger as he got closer to her. When he got within a few feet of the girl, she paused without turning around. My dad suddenly stopped as well. They both stood there, not moving for what seemed like minutes. Suddenly, my dad turned around and started walking back towards the truck. The girl still stood there, not moving. As my dad got closer to the truck, I could see his face clearly, and something was not right. When he got within talking distance of me, I asked him, "What happened, Dad? What's wrong?" He didn't respond. He just kept walking around the truck and got inside. I immediately jumped in the truck, looked at him, and asked again, "Dad, what's wrong? What happened?" He didn't utter a word. His face was expressionless as he stared out the windshield of the truck. By this time, I was starting to get very worried. My dad was like a rock to me, nothing ever fazed him. To me, he was the strongest man on earth. So, you can understand my extreme worry at this point. Minutes of silence went by before he started up the truck, put it in drive, and started driving. All the while, he was silent. He wouldn't even look at me as we drove. I looked out the window to my right to see if the girl was still there, but she was nowhere in sight. A lot of thoughts raced through my head, and I thought it best not to keep pushing him to talk. So, we sat there in silence during the drive home. When he pulled into the driveway on the side of our house, he stopped the truck, got out, and walked straight inside without even looking at me. By this time, I was really panicking. Tears streamed down my face as I was at a complete loss as to what I should do next. I wasn't even sure I wanted to go inside the house with my dad acting as strange as he was. After a few minutes, I mustered up enough courage, got out of the truck, and proceeded to walk towards the house. It was almost pitch black now, and as I got closer to the house, I could see my dad hadn't turned on any lights, and the door leading into the kitchen was wide open. Chills went up my spine, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. I was getting more scared by the second. As I stepped into the kitchen, I called out, "Dad? Dad?" There was no response, just quiet eeriness. I thought I should turn around and leave, but our closest neighbor was a mile away, and it was dark. Ideas raced through my mind as to what I should do. I flipped the light switch on in the kitchen, hoping this would help alleviate some of the fear. Right as I flipped the light switch on, I could see out of the corner of my eye the girl from the desert. She was there with her back turned to me for a split second, then suddenly disappeared. It felt like she'd been standing there the entire time. I jumped back, hitting the wall, letting out a scream. I screamed out again to my dad as loud as I could, but again, no response. I was frantic at this point and wondered if I was just imagining things. Part of me wanted to turn around and run outside, but I was also worried about my dad. I again mustered up enough courage and decided to make my way up to his room, flipping on every light switch along the way. His bedroom was at the end of the hallway upstairs. So when I got to the bottom of the stairs, I decided to call out to him one more time, "Dad, please answer me." Like before, no response. Before walking up the stairs, I turned on the light to the upstairs hallway, hoping this would help. It did not. I took a deep breath and started slowly walking up the steps, one step at a time. With each step I took, the darker the feeling I got that something was very wrong. After what seemed like an eternity, I finally made it up the stairs and finally to the end of the hallway, to my dad's room. I could see the door was closed. This made me even more scared because I had no idea what was on the other side. As I slowly stepped up to the door, I decided to give a little knock and softly call out to my dad again. No response. I took another deep breath, grabbed the door handle, and slowly started opening the door. As the door creaked open, I could see his room was extremely dark. The light to his room was several feet away to my left, which meant I'd have to brave the darkness of his room to turn it on. The hallway light was not bright enough to light his room much at all. That moment was the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. I stepped into his room and hurried as fast as I could to turn the light on. Right as I flipped the switch, I heard the most god-awful crunching sound coming from his closet. My entire body immediately froze in place. My mind was screaming at me to turn around and run as fast as I could, but another part of me was saying that if my dad was truly in trouble, I couldn't abandon him. My instincts must have taken over because I'm not that brave. I started walking over to the closet to see what was making the crunching sound. The door was slightly ajar, and before I reached out to grab it, I remembered his closet had a chain he had to pull from the hanging light to turn it on. I wasn't about to attempt to reach up and grab the chain. I was hoping the bedroom light was enough. I slowly reached out, grabbed the door handle, and started opening it slowly. As I did, I saw a flash of something, then there was nothing. I tried screaming out in horror, but nothing came out. All I could do was look on in shock at the inside of the closet. It was completely covered in blood. In the middle of the closet floor, lying in a pool of blood, was a wristwatch, the wristwatch my mother had given my dad right before she died. I know because he never took it off as long as I can remember. I fell down to my knees in utter shock, not knowing what to do. I'm not sure how long I knelt there. It could have been hours. When I came to, I went downstairs, picked up the phone, and dialed 911. The rest of the night was a blurry haze as Sheriff Dixon and his deputies went in and out of my house. I remember being asked many questions but couldn't recall much of what I said, other than finding the girl in the desert and the events that unfolded after that. I imagine I must have sounded crazy, and I'm sure no one believed me, especially with his closet being covered in blood. Over the next few weeks, the sheriff and his deputies scoured the house inside and out, leaving no stone unturned. They searched the property and even a mile or two in the surrounding area. They even brought cadaver dogs from another state to try and find his body, but I knew they would find nothing, and they didn't. They made me go see a psychologist to see if they could help me remember something. I think it was because they thought I had something to do with his disappearance. After a while, I was sent to live with my aunt in Albuquerque, and she raised me. Not a day goes by where I don't think about my dad and miss him dearly. I know the girl in the desert took him from me, and I can't shake the feeling one day she'll come for me. For more scary horror stories, please subscribe. I used to work at a Walmart that operated 24 hours a day. This was necessary due to my kid's school schedule, so I took overnight shifts to ensure I could drop him off and pick him up. My shifts ran from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. daily. During the day, I juggled sleeping, looking after my son, and holding down my second job. This period was exhausting, and covering rent was a constant challenge. The Walmart was a massive supercenter, not just a grocery store, offering everything one might need. It was among the few places open 24 hours in the area. However, I think the company eventually changed that policy. Around 10 o'clock on a cold night, the store still hosted a fair number of shoppers. Late-night shopping was common, although the atmosphere quieted down considerably as the night wore on. The late hours tended to attract an array of eccentric individuals, stranger than those seen during the day. At that time, only one person manned the front of the store, usually at the self-checkout registers. Regular registers were closed this late. A few stock workers, including myself, roamed the floor, while a couple of warehouse employees operated in the back, a space I rarely interacted with. The night manager oversaw everything during these hours. In the cereal aisle, I was engrossed in my usual stock work. A customer walked past the aisle, then moments later, he reappeared at the end, halted, and glanced down at me. When our eyes met, he shifted his attention to the cereal. The guy sported curly hair, and I couldn't discern his ethnicity. He carried a black backpack, appearing stuffed to the brim with who knows what. He lingered awkwardly in the aisle, seemingly eyeing the granola bars. Eventually, he edged closer and asked about the bread's location. I directed him accordingly, and he thanked me before slowly wandering out of the aisle. As he vanished from view, I tried to put him out of mind. However, he didn't remain out of sight for long. Despite spending quite some time in the cereal aisle, I noticed this guy passing by every few minutes, peering in my direction. He held nothing, skipped getting bread, and simply sported his big, sketchy backpack. I hastened my work, eager to conclude the aisle and distance myself from him. Once finished, I returned the empty U-boat platform to the warehouse. Grabbing another full of boxes for restocking, I deliberately selected an aisle far from the cereal section. Now, I was in the chips aisle. It had been approximately 45 minutes since our initial encounter, so there was no plausible way he could still be around. Yet, I was mistaken. He found me, as I rearranged the chips' newer bags behind the older ones on the shelf. I glanced to my right and saw that guy again, lurking at the end of the aisle, still empty-handed. He'd been loitering around the store for nearly an hour. Eventually, he advanced towards me, a moment I'd feared. I tried to avoid eye contact until he began speaking. Though I can't recall his exact words, he essentially mentioned how he'd been checking me out and couldn't resist approaching, complimenting my appearance. Politely, I feigned a laugh and replied, "No, thank you. That's very kind." However, he persisted, bombarding me with personal questions about my background. I fabricated answers to everything. The guy emitted a nauseating odor, and his breath was atrocious. I felt genuinely repulsed. When he requested my number, I lied, saying I was already in a relationship. He insisted that there was no harm in being friends, prompting me to provide a fake number just to get him to back off. I explained that I couldn't engage in conversation while working. He made a creepy remark before sauntering away, seemingly smug for getting my number, but in reality, he was just genuinely creepy, and I'd given him a bogus number. I hoped that would mark the end of it. Hours passed by, and time felt like it was slipping backward. All I wanted was to go home. Then, the only other stock worker on the job at that hour suddenly contacted me through the walkie-talkie, saying there was a creepy-looking guy asking for me. I muttered, "Oh no," and instructed her to tell him that I had already left. I swiftly made my way to the employee lounge, planning to hide for a while. Once there, I found a seat and settled in. Suddenly, the double doors swung open, and in walked that guy. He glanced at me, his expression turning angry. He yelled, "You gave me a fake number, you." I think I swallowed my gum out of fear. I hurriedly replied, "You can't be back here, sir." Without a second thought, he removed his backpack and dropped it on the table next to mine. As he unzipped it, I knew it was time to go. I sprang up and dashed past him, not even looking back. He attempted to grab my arm, but I managed to break free as I ran through the store. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw him chasing after me. I raced to the front of the store and sprinted outside to my car. It was my only instinctive move. I briefly considered finding the male warehouse workers in the back or even the manager, but nothing seemed certain. In my car, I noticed the man leaving Walmart, searching for me. He moved slowly, perhaps under the influence of something. He spotted my car, but I was already speeding away. I called the night manager, explaining what had transpired and expressing my discomfort with staying there that night. I also warned him about the man with a backpack filled with unknown contents. Despite my concerns, my manager insisted that I couldn't leave the place understaffed. He assured me he'd call the police to ensure the man wouldn't return and insisted I return to work that night. Firm in my decision, I refused to go back. Eventually, he relented, mentioning he'd review the camera footage. True to his word, I went back the next night. Supposedly, he informed the police the following day about the man and handed over the surveillance footage. I encountered numerous characters working that job, but this guy was undeniably the most frightening. I have no idea what he intended to retrieve from his backpack. And honestly, I'd rather not know. I used to work the night shift at Walmart, a job I thought would be routine, mundane even. Little did I know, that store held secrets far darker than its fluorescent-lit aisles suggested. The nights in Walmart unfolded like a silent theater of the strange and the unexplained. I walked the aisles, a lone sentinel in a maze of consumer goods, yet I was never truly alone. It began innocuously enough, with whispers drifting from the distant corners of the store. Soft, indistinct murmurs that I could never quite make out. At first, I dismissed them as the echoes of my own tired mind, the late hours playing tricks on my senses. But as nights passed, those whispers grew clearer, carrying a sense of urgency. Almost pleading, the aisles held a different energy after midnight, a subtle shift that gnawed at my nerves. Items appeared where they shouldn't, shelves rearranged as if moved by unseen hands. I chalked it up to pranks or perhaps the quirks of an old building, but deep down, a creeping unease settled within me. Then came the inexplicable cold spots. Chilling gusts of air in the middle of summer, sending shivers down my spine. No amount of heating could dispel the icy tendrils that seemed to snake their way around me, leaving me breathless and uneasy. Customers started mentioning odd experiences too. Some spoke of figures glimpsed in mirrors that vanished upon closer inspection. Others swore they heard hushed conversations in empty aisles, conversations that stopped as abruptly as they began. One particularly eerie night, as I made my rounds, the lights flickered wildly. Panic set in as darkness enveloped the store, leaving only the emergency lights casting eerie shadows. I fumbled for my phone, desperate for any semblance of light, but just as I did, a voice, ethereal and haunting, seemed to resonate from all directions. "Help me," it whispered, a plea laden with sorrow. I froze, heart pounding, trying to make sense of the disembodied voice. But before I could gather my thoughts, the lights surged back to life, and the store was silent once more. That night lingered with me, haunting my dreams and plaguing my thoughts. I searched for answers, delving into the store's history. It turned out Walmart stood on grounds that held a tragic past, a place where lives were lost, and souls were said to wander. My curiosity consumed me. I dug deeper, seeking solace in the store's archives, poring over faded records that chronicled incidents long forgotten. I uncovered tales of accidents within the building's vicinity, of unexplained disappearances, and of restless spirits said to roam the aisles. Yet, despite the chilling discoveries, something pulled me back to that store. A curiosity that bordered on obsession. I returned to my night shifts, armed with knowledge that only amplified the unsettling atmosphere. I began noticing patterns, subtle movements in the shadows. Fleeting glimpses of figures in peripheral vision. The store felt like a living, breathing entity, with a presence that seemed to toy with my sanity. I confided in a few colleagues, hoping for solace in shared experiences, but their expressions mirrored my initial skepticism. They laughed off my accounts, dismissing them as overactive imagination fueled by the eerie setting. But one colleague, an older gentleman who'd been with the store for decades, pulled me aside one night. His weathered face etched with concern, he spoke in hushed tones, revealing tales passed down through generations of employees. "There's something about this place," he murmured. Stories whispered among us, incidents brushed under the rug. Spirits that linger in the aisles, seeking peace they never found in life. His words sent a chill down my spine, confirming the inexplicable occurrences I'd experienced. I wanted to leave, to escape the haunting confines of that Walmart, but a morbid curiosity gripped me tighter than any fear. One fateful night, as I patrolled the empty store, a sensation washed over me, a sudden, overwhelming feeling of being watched. Every step I took felt heavier, the air thickened with a palpable sense of dread. I stumbled upon an aisle bathed in an unnatural darkness. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls. My heart raced as a cold sweat broke out across my brow. Then, from the abyss of that darkness, I heard it, the haunting melody of a child's laughter. The sound echoed, distorted and chilling. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. It couldn't be real, yet it reverberated through the aisles, growing louder with each passing second. "Mommy, I'm here," the voice whispered, tinged with innocence but cloaked in despair. Panic seized me, urging me to flee, but my feet remained rooted to the spot. The laughter grew more frenzied, an unnatural cadence that resonated with the stories I'd unearthed. In a flash of terror, the laughter ceased, swallowed by an eerie silence that seemed to envelop the entire store. I stumbled back, desperate to escape the oppressive presence, but a sudden gust of icy air enveloped me, sapping my strength. Just as swiftly as it began, the darkness lifted. The familiar hum of the store's machinery returned, the aisles bathed once more in artificial light. I fled that Walmart, never to return. The harrowing encounter etched into my memory, a testament to the inexplicable horrors that linger within its walls. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that those whispers still echo through its aisles, carrying untold stories of the past.